Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the inaugural National Symposium for Indigenous Institutes Consortium. My name is Amos Key. My traditional name is Dehai Hoas. I am from 6 nations of the Grand River, and we call our little town Oshwega. Not Oshwegan, Oshwega. Anyway, that's where I'm from. I'm a Mohawk with the Turtle Clan family at 6 Nations. My mother was born into the Turtle Clan, and that's my ancestry with my people in Oshwega. We're going to start our symposium today with a traditional opening, and we have Elder Irene Barbeau. She's going to help us with that and give us some good words and some good spirit and some good medicine to sort of flavor our discussions today. We have some great panels coming up, and we're glad that you all could make it here. Whatever sector you work in, you need to hear our message and our voices today about higher learning for our Indigenous youth in this country, and especially in my own home province of Ontario. I'll introduce you myself more formally in a minute, but we'll have the traditional opening first with Irene. The Guainadase, come this way. Wanagi.
Wajagum swatanaitia. She's nigga yum the van Satan want to dance to guy yan, but I will say good morning to you in English so you'll know what I'm talking about. And I'm very happy to be here this morning to open this beautiful topic that we're about to talk about this morning. And my name is Irene Barbeau Niludit. I belong to the Albany First Nation, and I speak Swampy Cree, and I speak it fluently. So every time I get to open something or do anything, I'll speak in my language first because that was my first tongue. So I think I have the smudge going here, but it went out, but that's okay. I'm not going to smudge everybody because it's too timely. And I think it was just to set the tone of today, to start on a good thought, and that we would take the negative thoughts out of our minds and be of one mind. And I know sometimes the non-Indigenous people have trouble getting their head around having one mind, but I do believe the more that they attend this kind of venue, they'll be more familiar with it. So I know they're very interested because I work with survivors. I'm a survivor, 11 years in a residential school in Sault Ste. Marie, Ontario, and Horton Hall, and I am currently the president of the Children of Chinook Alumni Association, and I've been volunteering with that group for 40 years, going on 41 years. So it's something that I'm very familiar with. So I think today is going to be a good day, and we're going to make it a good day because the work we're just about to embark on, or you're going to embark on, I'm just going to sit and listen, is that it's a very important topic, and you're probably aware of it. I don't need to tell you in detail that it's very important. So now, Yim head down. Let us pray. Creator, we give you thanks for this wonderful day that we are gathered here this morning from all different parts of Ontario and the country, give us good minds to do what we have to do, and give us good thoughts and do it in a respectful way that we need to do these things. As you know, that is the Indigenous way. And we can't veer from that method of doing things. We ask you to give us good thoughts and take care of our physical and emotional needs today, because we know you're there to help us. This work can't be done without your help. Miigwech.
So we have some housekeeping that we want to share with you. There's a door there and there's a door here. First of all, and the bathrooms are back here. So we had asked, they were asking me to say to everyone that use the appropriate door, right? And we have been sort of shepherded by Engage. They're helping us organize. So you see cameras, and because we're trying to proceed across the country as well. On Zoom, apparently we have up to 70 people on Zoom joining us today, watching us, listening to us, and going to have a conversation with us. And then we have 54 in the room, hopefully. I know it's pretty tight, so we just had to be careful of each other's coffee spilling on each other and that kind of thing. So we're trying to be careful of that. You did have a kit that you got outside that tells about the agenda and some of the panels that my friend Guy is going to moderate for us in the next 4 or 5 hours. I'd like to welcome you all here. I'm seeing some old faces. I shouldn't say it like that. Friends, I should say, former friends. I just happened to meet someone that I haven't seen like in 35 years, and I just find that fantastic. Anyway, we'll talk later. I just wanted to, I know Guy's going to introduce himself too, but I'm going to introduce myself and how did I get involved with the secretariat, the consortium here. I said I'm from Grand River, Six Nations, Ontario. I was fortunate enough to work with my elders and the speakers in my community for 35 years, where I was at the Woodland Cultural Center in Brantford. And at that time, and during that time, I got to, I guess, embark and found 2 very interesting education institutions. One of them is at Ashwauga. We have Six Nations. We have an immersion school system. It's trilingual, Mohawk, Cayuga, and English. And it's been going for 35 years, 1 generation. And my reward was about 3 years ago, I was sitting in ceremony, and it just dawned on me that the people leading us in the ceremony were alumni of Gawanillo Immersion School. I hope one day you can feel it in your hearts when something like that happens, when you finally realize the challenges that you jumped over to make sure that it happened. And these young gentlemen leading ceremony weren't lost for words or phrases or meaning. They just kept it going, speaking 15 minutes each as they represented moiety of clans in ceremony. It took 1 generation to do that. So I'm really fortunate that with the parents that we created the school system, it needs a lot of work. It needs a lot of help. And if there's anybody from government, we need a school. So we need a school for, we're part of an arena. So you can imagine the dedication of these teachers and these students and these parents that still go on and go to school every day in an arena. And it's so beautiful. We made it work. But it was a long struggle. So we need institutes for the alumni of that kind of school system to attend, to carry on their learning. And that's why I'm so grateful to be able to work with the consortium. Now, so the other great thing was before COVID, I was able to create Ontario's first Indigenous secondary, e-learning secondary school. It didn't go because nobody could understand what e-learning was going to be about until COVID hit, of course. So now we know whatever it was. But anyway, the model is there. If there's any First Nation that wants to use it, please do. We've got the infrastructure in place and how it was set up. So please come and use it. I'm really thankful to my elders. Many of them have gone home now over my career, and I was trying to figure out what made them special. And it was the fact that they were bilingual. And I use this now in my work at the university level. I realized they had two ideologies. They grew up with two philosophies, two psychologies, and two languages, and ceremony and music. So how do we infuse that into our institutes? I'm so grateful to be able to share that. I like the concepts at the academia scholarship that's going on in our institutes to look at not only the moral, not only the physical, mental, and social aspects of our students, but we also want to marry in the spiritual aspects of who we are, of the civilizations that we're here at contact. That's where it comes from. So I'm really grateful that we're looking at that as another arm of our learning. And lately, I've been in lots of conversations with prophecy as well. That comes through our languages, our ideologies and our languages. So we can marry all that. And the concept we're using is braiding two ideologies. Some of us use two-eyed seeing to marry those ideologies. And it's a beautiful concept that we're bringing as Indigenous institutes to our students in the future and now. So I just love working in that kind of sphere, working with the governance of this group. I got to sit with them yesterday, and it's very exciting, the potential that we have with these institutes. So anything I can help with, I will. I've already created some schools, so we need a place for them now to continue on that study and that education. I was a high school teacher at one time too, and it was at the time of the writing about emotional intelligence, EQI. And I'm trying to figure out, well, we did do it in some of my work, how to infuse the competencies of EQI based on our intelligences and our psychology and our philosophy, our belief systems. I think we can do it. And that'll broaden and that'll strengthen our students to raise up and create a moral compass that they need. Moral compass in relationships, in their work environment, in raising their families, colleagues at work. Those competencies are so important with EQI. So I would ask you to look at that and see whether we can infuse that into our institutes of higher learning. So today we're going to talk about our institutes of higher learning, our academia, our scholarship, and hopefully those who represent the government today will take that home and study that and ask for more information as we start this inaugural National Symposium of Indigenous Institutes. We are here and we are going to grow. So we need everyone as allies to each other and all the organizations and whether any tier of government to help us. I was at a colloquium about 3 years ago and I found this very interesting. A non-native professor was there giving his talk. And he posed a question to most of us who were Indigenous in the room. The audience happened to be 3/4 Indigenous. He goes, it always strikes me that there are tons and tons of offerings of Native studies across Canada. I've never come across a degree or a course on Caucasian studies. Everybody laughed at first. And everybody said, at the end of the laughter, they said, yeah, that's right. Why are they always studying us? Why don't we study them? And maybe you could find a bridge on their psychology and their philosophy and how they treat Indigenous people. So I put that out there too. I know he said it as a joke, but I always remember that. Like, why don't we have a Caucasian studies course to understand their thinking like they do when they have Native studies courses? So I'll leave that message with you and you can think about that. But maybe we don't have to have Caucasian studies, but we can certainly work together as allies to each other. So with that, I want to close, and then I'm going to introduce my colleague here, Guy. And he said, if you want to know my name, ask the question, who's that guy? Guy, come on up. Yeah. Oh, another, yeah, well, you'll introduce him later. Okay, we have a special guest coming in. I'm looking at my, the roadmap of the day. I think we did it. Did we? Did we cover that? The roadmap of the day. We have our 3 panels coming up. We're going to end with a discussion at the end. We have our people online. They're going to be able to give us questions online, and we're going to be able to cite those later on this afternoon, after each panel, I mean, and then raise those questions with the panelists as well. And some of the panelists are going to be here live, and some of them are going to be on Zoom. So we just have to pay attention to these screens that we're looking at here. And I brought my tobacco, so hopefully it's going to be a good day. I was gifted this bag for my tobacco, my protection, so I'm happy with that. So I'm ready to go. And so our first presentation, I hope I can pronounce your name right. Vance Madahbee is the Parliamentary Secretary for Indigenous Services Canada. So we would like to welcome Vance. Come this way. Thank you. Thanks, Vance.
Thank you. Well, we got a full room here for the inaugural meeting, as well as many, I'm sure, online. So I want to welcome all of you here to the city of Ottawa. It's not snowing, a bit of rain, but we're not doing too bad. Kwikwi, Udlukut, Tanzi, hello, bonjour. I want to first acknowledge, as was already done, that we are on the traditional and unceded territory of the Algonquin and Anishinaabe people here in the city of Ottawa. And I want to start off by saying this. We heard this morning how important it is that we have a clear mind, a positive mind. And of course, the thoughts that we are going to embark on today and how important those thoughts are start from somewhere. And they start from also a good heart and a good amount of respect for each other. We're all neighbors, we're all friends, and we're to some extent even family, to ensure that as we embark on what we're going to talk about and discuss and dialogue and hopefully move forward with in the future here today, that we do that in that manner. And that way, as we as government, but equally, if not more importantly, you as the stakeholders embark on your next steps, we ensure that we do it together. And that's important. We're all in this together, shoulder to shoulder. And with that said, I go back to, as a former hockey player, some of the things that were taught to me growing up to ensure that we played together and fought together, won or lost together as a team. And 2 points always stuck in my head is that when you work together today, you live together forever. And think about that. If you work together today, you live together forever. And that's what this is all about. And that's what this government puts front of mind, is to ensure that we're working together so that those next steps can be done. And that future generations can enjoy as well as live in a better Canada because of the efforts that you're all putting forward. So I congratulate you for what you're doing. It may be inaugural, but I hope to be here on the 10th anniversary of this and speaking to you. And hopefully we can speak about a lot of things that are being done by all of you. I am extremely pleased to be here. And I said to my assistant, Caitlin, last week when she said to me, and she flagged for me this event, and she said, this event's happening. We're back in our routings this week. And she flagged this event for me and she said, this is happening. Are you interested in going and attending? But I do want to flag that the Prime Minister is going to your region that same day. And that's odd for the Prime Minister to come to our region. It's sort of a coup for us actually to welcome him into our area on the occasions that he makes that time to do so. And I said to my team, Kate Lendsay says, no, I'm going to be back in Ottawa because this is very important. You folks are doing something here that's going to, you're blazing a trail in terms of the added components as we work on the layers of building a greater country based on our history and our heritage. And a lot of you being a part of that, that we do that once again together. So it was important for me to be here. And not only as an individual, but more importantly, on behalf of Minister Patty Hajdu, who was not able to make it today. She has a myriad of different activities throughout her part of the riding, her part of the country to deal with, especially as it relates to her file. It's been a pleasure to serve as the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Indigenous Services. And we both would like to share our congratulations once again to all of you, everyone here at the Indigenous Institutes Consortium who have and continue to be involved in organizing and planning this event, and I'm sure many other events that are going to happen well into the future. I'd like to thank MC Amos Key Jr. and Elder Irene Barbeau. Well done, all from the heart. It's the one thing I really enjoy doing is listening to our elders and ensuring that we take that wisdom and take it not only in today's discussions, but in our daily discussions. So I thank you for that. And to Rebecca Jameson, the chair, thank you for extending the invitation to the Government of Canada officials to participate today and listen and learn. And that's just it, listening and learning. We have many government officials here today that'll be doing just that. So that they can take back, we can take back a lot of what we learn and hear from you to ensure that the next steps that we take as a department are according to your expectations. It's so nice to be able to gather again, isn't it? Isn't it just nice to be together again for the most part, in person, seeing each other, feeling the excitement, the happiness, and of course, the camaraderie. And I find it makes such a difference as we meet and learn from each other to exchange ideas and inspire one another. Really learn from one another, but inspired by all of you. I feel privileged to do that with you today. And I think everyone here is on the same page about the importance of education. It unlocks everything. Everything. It sets up children, youth, and adults for the future successes and strengthens communities. And that's what this is all about, is strengthening communities. It's all about community and how those communities, our communities, grow year over year. It means that as we work to ensure that every child deserves the best start in life, we invest in quality education from early years all the way up to post-secondary. In my former life as a mayor, one of the things we concentrated on in the early 2000s with Dr. Fraser Mustard was that early years learning and how important it is to get to those youngsters at a young age. And this is something the government's working on right now with our new daycare as we roll that out. It's not just about daycare, but it's also about early learning. And these are some of the things I'm hoping to discuss with today so that all communities throughout the entire country have that advantage. Across the country, the Department of Indigenous Services Canada is working with First Nations, Inuit, Métis, the partners, all partners, to improve access to high quality education that is rooted in culture, and as mentioned earlier, in language and self-determination. We know the best outcomes are achieved when education is Indigenous led, Indigenous designed, and Indigenous delivered. And so as programming is developed by First Nations, Inuit, and Métis partners, we will work with them, with you, and with other levels of government as needed to meet your needs, their needs. Once again, all about community. And we know where we must be working towards. Through the Truth and Reconciliation Commission calls to action, We have a roadmap to support the work ahead. They tell us how we must advance the work of reconciliation and tangible actions that must be achieved for Indigenous education. And as you know, the federal government remains committed to implementing these calls. Over the past 7 years, significant new investments have helped build and renovate First Nation schools across the country, implement Indigenous education and language programs, and finalize new regional education agreements, and put Indigenous peoples in the driver's seat. A few weeks ago, I had the pleasure to represent the minister in God's Lake, northern Manitoba, to open up a school. And how excited and happy that community was that it was completed. The children, the teenagers, all of them ready. And what it does and adds to the strength and the fabric of that very community. Folks, we are also dedicated to advancing First Nations post-secondary goals, including regional post-secondary education models, which, as I said earlier, starts with you. Starts with this dialogue, these discussions. The Government of Canada will continue to support Indigenous control of Indigenous post-secondary education and of culturally relevant post-secondary education strategies. These strategies provide First Nations, Inuit, and Métis Nation funding to directly support their students, as well as the flexibility to fund programs and services, which can include the development of curricula, as well as other priority initiatives. This could mean increasing graduates in specific areas to fill local labor market gaps, or forming partnerships with the public, mainstream, or Indigenous post-secondary institutions to increase the availability of programs tailored to cultural and educational needs. Indigenous-led and affiliated post-secondary education institutions, like those that make up the Indigenous Institutes Consortium, play a key role in supporting the success and participation of our students. Very important. And therefore, the work that you do today and well into the future, very important. As we will be hearing today, these institutions are uniquely positioned as they are directly linked to communities. They have firsthand knowledge of local context, local needs. They can adapt to fill labor market gaps and play an important role in supporting local economies. That's the next layer. The building of economy in our communities. But we know there is still much work to do. And that is why the National Symposium is so important. By sharing expertise with each other, all of us can grow and build up best practices in education. Indigenous students are part of the next generation of leaders. National leaders, international leaders. We must support them with the education and the skills to help them contribute to the economic and social well-being of our communities. StatCan shows that Indigenous youth are the fastest growing populations in the country. They will drive the future growth of Canada's economy. They will drive the future growth of Canada's economy. Let's not underestimate that. And once again, the importance of today's discussions. And so it's up to us to support those who are struggling to complete their education with the tools and resources to succeed now. They must succeed now and well into the future. The sustainability of that education for our students. Post-secondary education is an area I know Minister Hajdu is deeply interested in. It's a priority to ensure as many students can attend post-secondary institutions as possible. The potential it unlocks is massive. And as we work to ensure we are building a Canada that works for everyone, that it absolutely must include Indigenous students at post-secondary, period. And I know today, you're all going to work toward that. And you are going to send that strong message to government. And we will listen. And we will react accordingly. That's our commitment to you. I know today you have a very full agenda. And I, as well as our team, look forward to being a participant in that dialogue throughout that agenda. And I want to thank you for inviting me here today. It was very, very important for me to be here today, and I appreciate the invitation and future invitations that you may extend to me. Us, our team, just down the street, on the hill. We appreciate it. And I do wish you all a wonderful and productive conference. I'm sure you're going to have a lot to talk about today, a lot to listen and learn about. So I say to you, miigwech. Kuyanamik, Marcy, thank you, and merci. Thank you.
So, yeah, my name is Guy Friedman, and I really love to talk, but I'm not going to talk today too much. I'm going to listen. I want to let you know that I went to Ruth Betts School, Hudson School, McIsaac School, Hapnot Collegiate, University of Saskatchewan, and the Kelsey Institute of Applied Arts and Sciences. Those are the schools that I went to. I also introduced myself in my spirit name, and I don't like to do that too much. But because Amos and I talked about that, we're going to weave that into the rest of our work today. And I come from Flin Flon, Manitoba. So if Vance doesn't hear that, let me say Reggie Leach and Don Madahbee. Leach is going to be one of our virtual panelists today. So I was also, in addition to being that great student at all those places I named in my little hometown of Flin Flon, I was the stick boy for the Flin Flon Bombers. So I'm not really caring about what riding you represent, but what team you didn't make in the NHL. Yeah, good. Yeah, I'll show you some pictures later if you want to stick around. But we've got to get rolling. We're about 2 or 3 minutes behind schedule already. So I want to invite a couple of people up to the panel here that are supposed to be here in this room. Do I see an Arnold Blackstar and a Stephanie Roy? You have to sit up here, you guys. Also, Lorrie Deschamps from, I would like to say the Wenjack Downey Foundation, but it's the Downey Wenjack Educational Institute. Coming up. And as per the panel instructions, we're going to hear about what they've done and a few words from them. We have about 5 to 7 minutes each for you to talk. Are they mic'd for this, or do we? There you go. So who wants to go first? So this panel is the Unique Indigenous Post-Secondary Education Institution Model. The goal is to describe the successful model used by Indigenous post-secondary institutions with respect to curriculum, services, and community engagement. And so we're going to hear 5 to 7 minutes from each of you about what you do, where you're from, a little bit about where you're from, and who your favorite hockey team is, perhaps. I'm not sure. I'm like Woody from Toy Story. I'm lucky that I got this mic. I don't know what I look like, real big like that, but I'm scared of all that right there that it is. Might step up to a little bit.
All right.
We're ready to go.
Got it. Can you hear me? All right. Am I on mute?
Is this thing on? Hello, hello.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Lorrie Deschamps. I'm the president for Oshkosh-Bajwin, the Minjack Education Institute in Madahbee, Ontario. I'm originally from Moose Cree First Nation, Moose Factory, Ontario. I'm a lifelong learner, and I have been with Oshkosh-Wenjack since 2009. Started off as a recruitment officer, and I love working in education. I really love working with our students. A lot of our students are from remote communities. I come from a remote community, and it's just really a nice feeling when they finish their programs, because, you know, they work really hard, and the remoteness is something that they really have to, they come to us for 2 weeks, they go online, and I just feel so proud of them when they're done, because it's not an easy task. Some of them have full-time jobs, and I'm kind of going through that right now. I just started a course, so I'm just like so proud of our students that they can do this, because I'm already struggling. But I'm very happy to be here today, and to see everyone. Hello to everybody online, and I will hand it over to Arnold. Miigwech.
Holy smokes, that was only like 3 minutes. You're supposed to go. for
Okay, I
5
got
to
2 more
7.
minutes.
Yeah,
My favorite hockey team is
yeah. The Flin Flon Bombers, we know. Yeah.
all right, but thank you, everybody. I'm sure Arnold can make up my 2 minutes.
We're gonna, before we go to Arnold, though, we have someone virtually, so we'll go to them. I think they're on the screen.
Oh, okay.
I'm gonna pass this over to Sherri Chisan from the University of Blue Quills. I believe you might be somewhere out around Alberta. So if Sherri, if you don't mind, you're gonna be taking us through the next, you have about 7 minutes or so. So please tell your story.
Hey. Titam stat no kakyo, Sherri Nsiga Sun, at Larote. I bring you greetings on behalf of University no Kalotine Tayot and Nistame Maganak Blue Quills. I do have a slide deck that okay, we're not screen sharing yet, so maybe that'll come a little bit later. But I want to use this time to talk, and I think this is the time we get for presentation, and then after that it's reverts to questions, right? So it's short presentations about our institution, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, no. Okay, that's something else. No, this is not my slide deck. I've got mine, I just need screen sharing. Anyway, at Blue Quills, our history goes back to 1970. Well, before that, actually, it was an Indian residential school that started off in Lac La Biche, went to Saddle Lake, and then to its current location. So as you can see by the picture behind me, we continue to operate out of that old Indian residential school. But our ancestors took over in 1970 when the government proposed to close it and send our children to public schools. They said, no, we have a right and a responsibility to our own people to take over our education. So it's a sovereign stand. We understand sovereignty to be a gift from Creator, and it's a responsibility to protect our languages and knowledges and be governed by our own laws that we come to through ceremony, and that we understand education is an essential element of nationhood. It's important to be who we are. A student once brought forward a Yiddish proverb that says, if I'm so busy being you, who will be me? And so we work hard at creating a unique, culturally appropriate learning environment. We understand ourselves to be land, language, ceremony, and relationship, that our teaching lodges, our original ceremonial lodges, are perhaps our original universities. It's where our knowledge is transferred from generation to generation, and where we learn about all of the things that we need in terms of laws, governance, social structures, justice, economics, responsibilities, as just being part of creation. We know that our people have been here as long as there's been human memory in these lands. We're sovereign nations with treaties with the Crown of Great Britain, and that our treaties have a provision for education. So Blue Quills is also a treaty protection site. So we focus on teaching about treaties and advocating for treaties and doing research on treaties. And all of this grounded in Creator's laws, living in balance with creation, respecting our sacred teachings, our connections to family and nation, and all of our relations that ceremony, prayer, song, and language carry us. And having said all of that about who we are at Blue Quills, we're also open to learners of all cultures. And we approach our curriculum through an Indigenous lens, but looking at the knowledge that is available that will help our students be whole, healthy human beings, able to support and strengthen their nations in all aspects of life. And we also are governed by the laws of Wahkotuan, which is our kinship model, which is beyond being human. It's our interconnectedness with all things. It's the responsibilities that we have to all of creation, to live in balance and to be mindful as well of those 7 generations. So we remember to treat each other as relatives, as good relatives. I want to use a couple of minutes to talk as well about a project that we're involved in with other First Nations post-secondary institutions in our region. It's called the Turtle Lodge Treaty Initiative, and I'm not going to go into a lot of the background in detail of it. There's some information on the Turtle Lodge site in Sagin, which is where the treaty was signed. The original draft actually was birthed at Blue Quills. And it's a treaty to protect our languages and our knowledges. And there's been a lot of research done in this area. And I want to acknowledge my colleagues, Dr. Diana Steinhauer, who's worked very hard on this and is currently with Yellowhead Tribal College on this project. And Dr. Claudine Lewis, who's the president of Musqueam Cultural College and Blue Quills. So the 3 institutions have partnered up to create competent, and I'm reading this from the Turtle Lodge Treaty, it's Article 6.4. The parties agree to create competent authorities within their respective territories to ensure compliance with free, prior, and informed consent in exercising ownership, control, and possession of Indigenous knowledge and preventing misappropriation. And what we've seen in the past several years all across the country is public institutions stepping into, and as Amos talked about, the Native Studies programs that are everywhere. They've been perhaps more in the last 5 to 10 years, really expanding their offerings in Indigenous knowledges and languages and treating our knowledge and languages as within the public domain. And so we need to really focus on understanding how the Euro-birthed world treats intellectual property and how that doesn't align with our own philosophies and expectations. And so we're working on setting up mechanisms that will determine the rules by which others are operating within our lands. And this will also relate to research agreements and protocols to govern and regulate language and cultural knowledges as they're used by non-Indigenous institutions and entities. And
it's a Guy here. I think we're ready for your deck if you want to have slide sharing. Screen sharing.
Well, I think that what that would do is it would more than double the time that I'm allocated. So I essentially was just looking through the deck as I was speaking. I hit the high points, I think, on all of that. And I want to be respectful of the agenda and of my colleagues who are on this panel and make sure that there's enough time. Certainly, I can answer any more questions and bring up whatever slides we might need a little bit later, but want to thank you for this time. It's a really important discussion. I wish we had a week to do this because I really think that we need to dig deep on this and really hold the government to account for some of those comments that were made this morning. Thank you very much. Hi.
Let's go, Martin. So we're going to turn now to some in-person folks here, real people. Arnold, Blackstar is going to begin.
Dan sigaki tamsgat no tagapin to tamagik near Arnold Blackstar and Sigas no take good morning, first of all, to all of you in my language. I'm Arnold Blackstar. I'm originally from Moosomin First Nation from Saskatchewan. I'm currently the Director of Policy and Research with the Indigenous Advanced Education and Skills Council here in Ontario. And just to go over on the first question around understanding the unique model of Indigenous institutes in Ontario, I'll quickly do a brief overview of what's been happening in Ontario. So the Indigenous institutes have been around for a long time, since the 1980s. There was a policy document that was published by the Indigenous Institutes Consortium back in, I believe, is 2014-16, that described this roadmap to recognition of Indigenous institutes in Ontario. Indigenous institutes in Ontario have been partnering with colleges and universities to deliver post-secondary education programs. Those programs are developed by the institutes in collaboration with their college or university partner. And then those programs are primarily quality assured or approved or accredited by an arm of the province, which is either the Post-Secondary Education Quality Assessment Board or the Ontario Colleges Quality Assurance Service. So, and these are the processes. The standards and benchmarks that they use to quality assure programs are those of those colleges and universities that deliver the programs. So what that means in Ontario is that in partnership programs, standards and benchmarks are really college and university standards and benchmarks. If you look at the lifetime of colleges in Ontario since the 1960s, as well as universities since the first university, which was King's College, I believe, back in the late 1700s, standards and benchmarks are a colonial construct. They do not represent Indigenous languages, Indigenous cultures, Indigenous ways of knowing, doing, and being. What happened here in Ontario is that through the Indigenous Institutes, the Indigenous Institutes Consortium, the Ministry of Advanced Education Skills Council at the time agreed to create something new. They entered into a policy co-creation discussion over a period of time, and that led to legislation. In December of 2017, the Indigenous Institute Act of 2017 was passed by the Government of Ontario. And what that legislation does is it recognizes Indigenous institutes. It does not create Indigenous institutes, but rather recognizes them. At the same time, it also recognizes an independent quality assurance organization called the Indigenous Advanced Education Skills Council, who I currently represent here. The council does primarily quality assurance work, which means that we assess organizational capacity of Indigenous institutes in Ontario, but also as well, we assess and approve academic programs that are delivered by Indigenous institutes, should they choose to do so. These academic programs include certificates, diplomas, post-diploma certificates, micro-credentials, bachelor's programs, master's, and PhD. Currently, we have developed the standards and benchmarks for the bachelor's and bachelor's with honors programs, and you'll find those on our website at iaesc.ca. We're in the process of finalizing the standards and benchmarks for certificates, diplomas, and post-diploma certificates, and it will be done very soon. But what that does is then it gives Indigenous institutes who are recognized under the Act, and there are 9 of them in Ontario, the ability then to deliver their own programs in a manner in which that is important to them. That includes culture, language, land-based education. It includes their community needs and priorities. And those are how our standards are developed. The standards and benchmarks have been developed over time with dialogues with Indigenous institutes to determine how those standards and benchmarks should look like. In university and college systems, the Indigenous world views are totally absent in the standards and benchmarks. And if we're going to support Indigenous learners in a lifelong learning approach, then you need standards and benchmarks that actually reflect their culture, their language, their identity, their land-based activities, and as well as their priorities. And that's what we set out to do. There are external quality assurance processes, which is what we do in terms of the Indigenous Advanced Education Skills Council, but there are also internal quality assurance processes, which each of the Indigenous institutes do themselves in terms of developing the program. All of this costs money. As the parliamentary secretary mentioned this morning, an investment is required to support these elements, and they're currently absent from the current funding envelope and current funding policies that exist federally, but also I would also say provincially as well. So there's a challenge on that front. And the unique part about the approach in Ontario is that it gives Indigenous institutes the option to seek independent programs through the Indigenous Advanced Education Skills Council, or they could stay within their college university partners and remain within that framework as well. The goal here is to really support Indigenous institutes in their goals and priorities in how they support learners. It's about lifelong learning. It's about providing services beyond the academic classroom. It's about providing elder services, language services, other services that go directly to the identity of young people in the program. But it's also about lifelong learning. So it's not just about, a 3-year, 4-year program in a bachelor's program, but rather it's about a continuation of education throughout. And I think that's what Indigenous institutes do very well, including supporting learners that are seeking to achieve academic standing within their own community so that they can contribute economically to their own community as well.
Bonjour. Wabnang Deshankas, Chichakdorem, Chiging Donchba. Good morning, everybody. I'm really honored to be here with you and being able to talk about such an important phase of education and training, I guess. My name is Stephanie Roy. I'm from Chiging First Nation on Manitoulin Island, and currently I am the newest member to the Indigenous Advanced Education Skills Council, and I work in innovation and development with a focus on research. I think what I would like to share, I can't talk hockey. My family members are passionate sports people, but I'm going to self-proclaim that I have a deficit in that area. And I tell my kids to only tell me the color to cheer for, and that's who I'll cheer for. So they're red and white and they're Canadians. But I just want to really acknowledge my colleagues here who have really shared some pertinent points. And when I was asked to be on the panel, I think one of the areas certainly of significant importance to us is really looking at what it means for us to deliver post-secondary services in Ontario, but also throughout our country, like our colleagues here have shared. And one of the important areas, I guess, of why we do the work we do, I have to always come back to circling around why we're in this sector of doing the work we do. And I think always bringing it back home to understanding the potential that rests before us. And I've had the opportunity to work with so many fantastic people over the last 20 years in Indigenous education. And one of the messages that our elders shared with us before he left to the spirit world was really knowing the work we do is so important, that the opportunity is that we as Indigenous peoples have institutions throughout Ontario and throughout the country where we will have youth coming through our doors, and we have to see the potential that rests in that. And he told us for Manitoulin, at that time, it was 5,000 students. Imagine that for each institute in Ontario and throughout the country. And that's the potential in terms of looking at the demographics that we're serving. And I think for far too long, we've always looked at what we want in terms of equitable health outcomes, equitable social outcomes, equitable training and educational outcomes. And we know the work that we're doing is so important that when we're able to look at creating a system that meets the needs of our learners, then we know that we're able to make a difference to future generations who are coming through our doors in post-secondary. And my colleague Arnold shared about how do we start to look at the structures and build the structures so the programs are responsive to those learners coming through our doors. And I always go back to what do we have now and what are we going to have today and tomorrow? And I think for us in Ontario, it's an exciting time because now we're looking at standards and benchmarks that are going to go through a world view, and we'll be able to assess all of the programs with our partners and the Indigenous Institutes in Ontario to be able to use that lens of assessing the programs that come through that really meet the benchmarks and standards and the rigors that we all want to impart to our students with the quality of the skills, the knowledge, and the attitudes that we want them to have to be strong, grounded individuals who are successful in whatever their careers are. So I think for us, I really feel that it's important that we use that lens. And I think we're at such an exciting cusp because always being in a partnership arrangement meets the needs for some, but I think now we're talking about a generation of youth who are saying, I want to know who I am. Identity is important to me. I can be in whatever my chosen profession is, whether it's health, social services, humanities, teaching, sciences. I can go in all of those fields, but I can also be grounded in who I am. And I really believe that the institutes right in Ontario and right across the country are well positioned to be able to impart those programs and have quality delivery like any other public institution. We talked a lot about Native studies, and I think that there's a place for that, but there's also a significant place for that within our Indigenous institutions and how we're able to honor the worldview of ensuring land and language and relationships and kinship are a part of our institution just because of our existence and creating the space and the students see themselves when they walk through those doors. And I really believe that's the difference that we're able to do. I'm not sure how my time is.
Oh, you're way over.
Okay, that's my cue. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. Anyways, I don't want to pick on the Montreal Canadiens, but my junior team beat the Baby Habs in 1957 to win the Memorial Cup, and they were coached by Scotty Bowman. So just saying, you might want to switch to maroon and white. We've got another virtual presenter, and I'd like to introduce Roxanne Delille. She's from the Fond du Lac Tribal and Community College, and she might have a presentation. Oh, hi, Rox. Welcome. 5 to 7 minutes. Go ahead.
Good morning. Bonjour, Nindanwe Maganidog. Bushquad the Mokwe and the go, Wabashi and do de Mashkazibin and Donjaba. Shoganashem Wanajana. I first greet you in my own home language, and which I recognize is also familiar to many of you. You know, I'm the Dean of Indigenous and Academic Affairs at a tribal and community college here stateside. We're just outside of Duluth, about 20 miles south. And, you know, we came about as a result of the tribal college movement here in the United States in about the 70s. But we're very unique in many ways. We're the result of a partnership between the band, the Fond du Lac band, and the Minnesota state and the state system. Now that's a very unique system, a very unique partnership, as any of you know as well. States, provinces, you know, states and the federal government, you know, have some opposing stuff. And normally the tribes here in the United States, they partner only with the federal government. So we have a very unique thing that we do here. In the beginning, it was because with the tribal college movement, we're a very small community. And so as a higher education institution, we really didn't have the population in order to support a college. So the partnership with the state was something that seemed a likely outcome as a result of it. I want to first just thank all of our panelists before I take off and get lost out here in my 6 or 7 minutes. But many of what's been said already, I'll echo. The need for what we do is immense. The way in which we do it is appropriate. And I think that this is one of the first things that we want to center ourselves in, is that we have that right. Okay, I'm the Dean of Indigenous and Academic Affairs here, which is a new title in stateside in many of the tribal colleges. In fact, I don't know that there is another one. I might be the only one. And I think that was urged because of our partnership, our work with the World Indigenous Nations Higher Education Consortium. So as a place that originally came about in order to help others, non-native peoples, to better understand us, so that our students, our children, could walk in the world in a safer and better way. That was our purpose. Hey, was to help others understand us, and that's been good. We have a population, I would say, of probably about 40%, between 30 and 40% Ojibwe students, and then about 60% non-native students. But we have always been guided by ceremony. We have always been guided by a base level of values. We at one point in time began to articulate what are those values, so that we could more intentionally and pointedly make sure that everyone across the board was teaching to, emulating, working with those values. And those values were guided by the Madahbee, okay? That walking in a good way, trying to be a good human being. I want to say that we have always had within a key leadership position, whether it was in our language programs or within the institution itself in a key leadership position, there has always been someone who has been guided by our values, that has been in the background, kind of nudging and assisting for the understanding. But in thinking about standards and benchmarks and educational models and all of this, I think I'll kind of pull it all together, hey, in thinking. Now, like I said, we're guided by WINHEC. We were accredited by the World Indigenous Nations Higher Education Consortium as an Indigenous institution. And so with that process, it helped us to more clearly articulate what are our standards and what are our benchmarks. Since the education model out here, the educational models out here are not of our design. And so I think the hardest thing for us to do, because it's like the freckles on my face, I don't see them. Everybody else seems to see them. And if I get up really close, maybe you'll see them too. I don't see them no matter what. I look in the mirror and they're there, but I don't see them. So it's kind of like the air I breathe as well. I don't see this. And so we didn't see some of what was us, what was naturally us. And so we had to kind of deconstruct, if you will, look back at pre-colonial education. We have always educated our children. We've always done that. So we had to kind of deconstruct, what does that mean? What does that look like? How did we do this? What is our Indigenous pedagogies? Okay, so when we think about a model of education, that's how we begin to think about it. Is what did we do? How did we do it? And then what are the values? What are the standards that we hope to have our children meet, have our young people meet? And at the end of education, what was intended as the outcome? How should our people look when we know that they have, in fact, achieved their educational outcome? Okay. So we started looking at that, and that what that meant for us then was going back into the community and interviewing community members with the full knowledge that many of our elders would be asleep, as was told to us in prophecy. Hey? And so we found as many as we could that were still awake and we're still guiding, you know, people into understanding. And we picked it apart. And so for us, there were 7 standards that we felt needed to be met. And so I would urge you then, if we're looking at a model of education, to go back into your community. What is Indigenous education for you? It's in your community, and it's not something that I can dictate to you. I can help you to think about how to go about finding that. Okay, because this is what we do at WinHEC. But really, I'm going to always urge us, come home, look in our own community, come home, talk to our own elders. How did we do this? What did we value? What do we want our people to look like when they walk out into the world? What do we want them to know? How do we want them to be? What is education to us? And I think that I exceeded my 7 minutes, so I'll shut up now. Miigwech.
You've probably always been a bit of an overachiever. You're 1 minute over. That's great. So yeah, that you can see why this has to be about 3 or 4 days, right? Same time tomorrow. There's microphones on your tables. If whoever wants to ask a question, it'll help our virtual folks to do that. So please do that if you want to ask a question. And we're going to sort of go back and forth on some questions that we have and we want to hear from the panel members. And one of them is, you know, I'm going to kind of lump one of them in with another one, is what does it mean for you to deliver post-secondary education through the lens of a lifelong holistic learning? And with that, how would that impact the way you support those learners from your communities? So we've already heard some great thoughts about the schools, about how they used to be run versus how they should be run or will be run in the future. And I want to bring that into that what even Amos mentioned at the beginning about a moral compass, and when I heard Indigenous worldviews, how that might tie into that important spirit part that we sometimes don't come to until we're a little bit later in life. So who wants to kick that off? There you go.
And I'll pass it on to my colleague, Stephanie.
I'll keep talking.
Thank you. I think this is an important question when we look at what does it mean for us to deliver post-secondary services through the lens of a lifelong learning, lifelong holistic learning for our students. From my perspective, and I've been in the field for a little over 20 years, I think first I'll have to say that one of the areas that's of utmost importance to us working in the sector is really using a participatory process. And it's really, as my colleague said here from the US, it's how do we always work back with community, and how are we going to how do we continue to engage and inform and share and come up with our own framework within our communities to be able to ensure that that is encompassed in the work that we do. We working in quality assurance are able to be in such a unique position to be able to look at building a system through an Indigenous framework of using those standards and benchmarks and using our own worldview lens when we're able to look at the programs. And I think that's the real game changer that we have before us now. And when we look at mainstream institutions and what their purpose is, I go back to what our purpose is in Indigenous institutions and the programs that are being delivered. And if we're able to use our lens in delivering the credential, I think it has such a far-reaching impact for the learners that are there, but that the learners that are yet to come. And when we're talking about, I think Amos did a really important statement this morning, is when we see our graduates and we see the children of those graduates, that's when we know we've done our job in the sector. And I think when we will see all of our students come through our own credentialed programs, then we know that we're making a significant difference, where our students can just a matter of factly be who they are in whatever their chosen field is. And they'll be able to stand proud, they'll be able to hold their head high, and they'll be able to be grounded in their identity and their practices and their traditions, and still be successful in their given career. And I think that's what we all want for our people, our children. But it's not as easy done. And I think that's the work that's before us, is to be able to make that pathway for them so that they can be culturally grounded and strong and be successful in their chosen path.
Thank you. Sherri, anything to add, or Roxanne?
Yeah, I'd like to just a couple of comments. We think of Blue Coals as a full spectrum university. When we talk about lifelong learning, we have a Head Start program on campus. So our youngest students are 3 years old. And last year, one of our graduates in our doctoral program was 73 years old. So we have really focused our programming. We used to be a brokering institution where we had programs from other public institutions, but in the 90s, we began to develop our own programs because we realized that neither the content nor the delivery was meeting the needs of our students. And having taken over that responsibility, we build the curriculum through an Indigenous lens. We're related to our students. We're accountable directly to our students and to our nations, because we're owned and governed by our nations, not by any provincial legislation or even an affiliation with a public institution as a federated institution. And so we have the freedom, which comes with great responsibility, to develop programs that are responsive to our student needs, and we get to know them as individuals and ensure that we can do that. We've now got, since the early 90s or mid 90s, in developing our own programs, we've got 14 programs and 25 credentials, and we're expanding. We've got a couple of new master's programs on the horizon. We do everything from employment and academic readiness through literacy and skills training to certificates, diplomas, degrees. We've now got 2 master's programs, 2 more on the way, and we have a doctoral program. And all of these are surviving and actually thriving. And our applications to our programs, I think, are the indication of the hunger that people have, as you say, for wanting to know, who are we? And how do we make this work in this world that has come to share our lands? We get oversubscribed regularly, especially in our graduate programs. People who have walked that academic road in public institutions are finding that they're not getting exactly what they need or what they want. And that they're looking now to institutions like all of the ones who are part of this consortium, and all of our Indigenous institutions across the country and around the world, indeed, to fill that gap. To say, that the time is now. We need to honor and privilege our knowledges and recognize that we have something of value, not only for ourselves, but to contribute to the world. Aye.
Thank you. Lorrie.
Can you repeat the question?
Sure. What does it mean for you to deliver post-secondary education through the lens of lifelong holistic learning? And this talks about impacting the way that this would support learners and communities.
Okay. I guess I was nervous when I first started. This is my second roadshow, by the way. It's only my second time. But I wanted to see if she could put up the map that I had emailed for Nan yesterday. I just wanted to show how many communities we service. Okay. Anyways, we work really close with our communities. We work with Anishinaabe Nation, who started Oshkipimajwin years ago. And it's like we can't train our students fast enough. You know, we're in isolated communities, and we need a lot of mental health training, nurses, and you know, there's oh, you haven't put it up yet. But I just wanted to show the map of what areas we serve. And I think it was, I can't remember what slide it was, but you could just keep going through till you see the map. But a lot of our programs are partnered with colleges. A lot of our community members have tried to go to the post-secondary programs, different colleges, and ended up at our institute. And we provide a lot of support. We're very innovative in the way that we deliver our programs. Like I said, our students come on campus, they come to town for 14 days for 12-hour days, and then they go online. So we do a lot of, we listen to what our communities want us to offer. We've done community-based training. So I think our students are very, they feel the support that we can give them. They need that rather than mainstream where there's so many students. We have very small classrooms, and we do a lot of life skills training for them. You know, we just make them feel comfortable when they come to our institute. And we do a lot of land-based teachings. Elder support is really important. And we make sure that our students feel that's important, and the elder is able to work with them. We've been in existence since 2001. Our graduation rates have grown, and our programs are longer than the mainstream colleges, but I think it's very important that, I don't know, that the students feel really supported and that we listen to our communities when we deliver our programs. So I'm not sure if that answered it, but thank you.
Thank you. I have another question I'm going to put out to the virtual folks, because it seems based on what they spoke about that they would have encountered some obstacles and challenges. And for those maybe that are just starting out, can you share with you some of those obstacles and challenges that you may have experienced in delivering the approach, particularly the Blue Quills approach? Sounds interesting. And how did you overcome or address some of those obstacles that you must have encountered?
No, I think that the obstacles come in many forms, and sometimes it's what we call a crisis of disbelief. You know, that we don't believe in ourselves, we don't believe in each other, or organizations, or our languages, our knowledges, our culture, and that's directly a result of buildings like this, Indian residential schools that tried to take that all away from us. And so we have that to overcome. And we call that the recovery work. And we also face obstacles in funding, and that's probably our very biggest challenge. How do we do that? I think historically, all of us come from people who find a way. You do what you need to do with what you have available, and you keep trying to expand what it is that you can do to meet the needs of the people. And so and the funding challenge is becoming even more difficult. And now I'm speaking directly to the government representative who's in the room, I hope still.
No.
Because in the last several years, we used to have actually a core operating grant from the department. And that got retracted and turned into proposal-driven funding. So we write proposal after proposal. We've gone from having about 10 proposals a year to 20 projects every year that come with a great burden of reporting and as well as the deliverables. So not only did our core funding get retracted, but now the proposal funding that's available has been reduced dramatically. And I know that the folks in Ontario and the folks in Alberta received the biggest cuts in the last 2 years when they revised the federal allocation model. We in Alberta lost $800,000 a year compared to the 7-year average in our funding. And on top of that, now the department no longer administers it. They said that would go to a third party unless we took it over. So one of our entities took over the funding administration, which means the administration dollars now come out of program dollars, because the department used to cover that from their own operating funds. So significant funds and challenges in funding. And it's really just an incredible amount of determination and vision. And again, I go back to the takeover when our ancestors occupied the school in 1970 and said, we can and we must do this. And so we keep finding ways to do that. And I guess we just don't have a lot of give up.
Roxanne, anything you'd like to add?
I think I'm with Sherri. I think that that crisis of confidence is an important thing that we have to recognize. That, and you know, I'm an academic, and that's the reality. And yet I'm also Madawan. So there's a strange combination here. On one hand, I'm intellectually guided. On the other hand, I'm spiritually guided. And sometimes they don't marry well. And so putting theory on the ground sometimes is one of our greater challenges as well. So with that crisis of confidence in ourselves, in our institutions, in each other, I think that that's a huge thing. Getting the services that are needed. I so understand what my sister was saying, you know, that being out here in the community and serving so many, we too serve a number of reservations. And it's that getting the services that they need, because the reality is we are in a desperate need for educators. But in order to get our students through the system and into the classrooms where they need to be in front of, where they need to be guiding, we have to assist them, and we have to, and the system does not work with that. So we have to find workarounds. I'm with you, Sherri. We are adaptable. We are the make it happen kind of folks, because we have found that we need to have tutoring, for instance, at hours that most tutors aren't available, that 9 to 5. That's not when our students need help with tutoring. That's not when our students are having struggles with their homework, you know? And so I think it's this whole, you know, just sticking with it. But I think that too is our greatest resilience. That's something that's a part of our blood memory. We are adaptive. We overcome, we just keep moving, we get up and we keep going, carrying our children and you know, everything else with us. So, but I think that crisis of confidence is a huge thing that we really have to recognize and help to support, help to lift our people into recognizing, which is why that tutoring at odd hours is so important when they finally get it. To watch the face of one of our students who finally got, oh, okay, oh my God, I can do this. While her children are running around in the background while she's got a deadline due, you know, so yeah. Miigwech for that.
Guy, if I could, I'd just like to add one more of the barriers, and that's the barriers that we face with the public institutions who don't believe in us. Right. Who don't believe that we have quality programming. And to that, I say, just do it. And I think that, and that's not a Nike line. That's what we've been doing for generations, right? Is just do it. And so the evidence of that, I think, is that the graduates from our programs that we have designed and delivered are gaining entry into public institutions to pursue their master's degrees and their doctorate degrees. And, we've heard from so many people who have said, if it wasn't for blue quills, I wouldn't be where I am. They've got their doctorates, they're teaching in public institutions. I guess the other thing is with our doctoral program, everybody asked us, well, who's recognizing it? And we just said, well, we are, our people are. And we kept on doing it. And then what happened is that major public institutions started offering our graduates tenure track positions.
Right.
So, if you have the confidence in yourself, if you build the quality into your programming, and I'm not just talking academic programming, and at another time, it'd be wonderful to have a conversation about developing advanced degrees on an entirely different model, because our doctoral program does not look like what you'll see in any other institution. So I think if you keep on doing it and build the quality into it, the rest of the world will come along. They'll realize that there's things that we can do that they can't.
Right.
Thank you, Sherri. I think I'm going to go to school at Blue Quills in a few years, because I read you all the schools I went to, but I stand before you as a grade 12 graduate. I haven't completed any of that. So I'm look out for an application there, Sherri. I might just toss one your way. But that leads me
It would be very welcome.
Big part of some of this work that I've been privileged to do across the country, the role of traditional knowledge. And I'm going to maybe address this to the folks from IIC about that. And what role does that play in Indigenous institutes, and that it is an important part of the model. And how is that even accredited? How do you accredit prayer and spirit and ceremony? What does that mean? And how is that practiced? Or how can that be a part of that? Imagine saying you must be experienced in prayer.
We do that. We do that. We tell all of our students, you must experience cultural experiences. It's just part of the education. You must take a class. Native, non-native, doesn't matter. All students must take Anishinaabe of Lake Superior so that they better understand the people that they live around. Every Monday, pipe is done. Every Friday, drum closes the week out. It just is done. That's just a matter of course. Every morning, the building is smudged out. It's just a matter of course. Everyone is accustomed to it now. They get used to it. And our own people get filled with it. We get filled with it. So I'm sure they get a little tired of me sometimes harping about the importance of, hold on, the importance. I mean, I will literally pause people, hold on. The importance of recognizing the Indigenous people of the lands. I'm sure they get a little tired, but they hear it. They hear it. And so we get it out there. And in the background, though, you can see our students puffing up. Okay, that's that addressing of that crisis of confidence. I think we have to keep doing it. It has to be centered in our system. It has to be there. Yeah,
so I might go to Fond du Lac instead. We'll see. Seems a little fired up, doesn't she? Yeah. Arnold, you wanted to say so? Oh no, Sherri, sorry. Stephanie. Too many people.
I'll see if I can get you to come to Ontario.
I'm in Ottawa, so yeah, I'm already here.
I think when we look at this question, what role does traditional knowledge play in Indigenous institutes or in the sector? And is it an important part of our model? I think we all know that this is of utmost and it's the most, I think, of such paramount importance, because our Indigenous institutes, by virtue of existence, really represent Indigenous knowledge systems. And we're at a time now where we're honoring, we're valuing, but we're also validating our own knowledge systems within our own Indigenous institutions. And the fact that we've come to this place in time to be able to honor our own knowledge within our own systems outside of a mainstream system is a return back home. And I think when we're able to really look at understanding the value of traditional knowledge within our institutions, our programs. It always brings us back by working in the sector is what does that mean at a technical level? Because we're always impacting students. And I think when we can talk standards and we can talk benchmarks and we can talk cultural standards, but what it really comes down to for all of us is putting it into action. And when we put it into action, what does it mean on the ground? And we know that our knowledge is important, and it's just embedded in all of our in our environments that we live in, work and play in. I think as a daily part of our lives, but I think when we're talking about the value of it, it comes down to where it belongs. And I will say that working with all of the institutes over 20 years, it's embedded in the work that we do. And now we're at a place where we're able to validate and honor that knowledge. And I think by being a part of the Skills Council, the Indigenous Skills Council, we're able to use that worldview lens and continue the validation of accrediting and credentialing our programs our way by our people. And it's a good place to be in this as we move forward with exciting opportunities. Miigwech.
Thanks. Anybody else want to add to that?
Yeah, I'll just add maybe a different perspective on this. I think there's a lot of demands on Indigenous institutes to meet the needs of communities, particularly around where traditional knowledge, language, land-based education and practices are concerned, ceremonies, as mentioned earlier. But I think it's also there's a disconnect between government priorities and what Indigenous institutes do and what Indigenous communities need. Some examples I'll give you is the recent Bill C-92, which is a federal act that enables First Nations to take control over child welfare services and programs on the reserve. Right now, the model is that there are ICFS agencies, Indigenous Child and Family Service agencies across the country who deliver child and family services under a provincial legislation, but the models are created under a provincial legislation for some time. Now, if we're going to take over child and family services on reserve, it means that we're talking about traditional child rearing practices of communities, family systems, kinship systems, clan systems that are necessary to support child and family services on reserve. So when you think about Indigenous institutes, then you're looking at bachelors of social work programs as an example that would support these institutions on a reserve. There's been a heavy investment on the ICFS agency side of it, where there's monies for capital to buy buildings, there's monies to develop ICFS models across the country, but there isn't a corresponding funding allocation for bachelors of social work programs that Indigenous institutes needs, both on the program development side, but also on the quality assurance side of things. And we've been down this road before in the area of First Nations policing services. Back in the 80s and in the 90s, there was a big move towards tribal policing, or standalone policing it was called, where the expectation was that there would be culturally appropriate policing services on a reserve. And so when you talk about culturally appropriate policing services, you're talking about traditional systems of how society works in a community, in a First Nations community. And that's very distinct from the way law enforcement currently delivers policing services. But that strategy back in the 90s didn't come with dollars to support training for community policing or First Nations policing in a way that is culturally responsive to of First Nations communities, or Indigenous institutes, but also as well as for quality assurance organization. And I think that's sort of where we are now. And I think recently, since COVID, there's been, I think, a real highlight on how health services are being delivered to First Nations. When everyone was in lockdown, a lot of people recognized that there were, not enough health care providers in the community. The other is that other services as a result of the lockdown, like construction workers, plumbers, graders, and all of those things that are needed in the community, the investment was not there to support at the community level. And I think that's something that needs to be looked at when we're talking about how does traditional knowledge impact Indigenous education, especially higher education.
Thanks, Arnold. Any comments from our virtual colleagues?
Yeah, I'm going to jump in on this one. Just something that Arnold was talking about that was acknowledged earlier in both the questions as well as the comments from the parliamentary secretary. A lot of talk about labor market and economy as the focus and the priority of the work that is being done by post-secondary institutions. And while we acknowledge that being able to participate in the workplace and in the economy are really important, I think the approach to thinking about it is different amongst our people. And a few years ago, I was teaching an economics course, model economies, where we're looking at alternate ways of sustaining life in our communities. And I wanted to look at it through the lens of language, and I don't have enough language, and I didn't have a language speaker handy. I wanted to know, how do we talk about economy? So I went back to the Cree language dictionary and found the entry on economy, and it was 2 lines long. Essentially, it said, so then I go to the Cree side of the dictionary, and look up and the entry is more than half a page long. And it's all about taking care of and being mindful and using carefully. And so imagine if we approached economy and education in that way, being mindful and taking care of and using carefully. And so I also believe that, the philosophy of many of our institutions is that if we take care of the people, they will take care of each other and everything that they need to sustain themselves. So those things will naturally grow out of the work that we do by helping our people find their own strength in who they are and who they can be and what they can do. And, I want to acknowledge one of my colleagues, like Vincent Steinhauer, who I heard these words from. Let's remember, we are human beings, not human doings.
Just going within, Sherri, I think I'm going back to Blue Quills now. But anybody have any questions that you are thinking about here in this room? We have about another 5 minutes or so with our panelists. If you have anything else, yes, at the back. There's a microphone that I'm going to have to ask you to use so that our virtual participants hear it. You just press and hold it until it goes maybe green. I'm not sure. It's been 2.5 years since I've seen a microphone.
I turned yellow, so I'm
There you
assuming
go.
you can hear me. So firstly, thank you so much for sharing everything that you did. So I'm here on behalf of a regulatory body, and we've talked a lot about, looking at credentialing and looking at how we build in connections between the Indigenous worldview and ensuring that, there is certification. So my question kind of stands is this idea of a colonial benchmark or a colonial standard. How do regulatory bodies then come to the table and say, if we're building partnerships and we want to engage in conversation and we want to ensure that there are connections to family, nation, land, and nature, how do regulatory bodies come to the council? Or how do we come to Indigenous institutions and say, we want to not just get credentialing, but also certification for jobs that are incredibly important, like working in early learning, ensuring that the people who are, working in early years programs are able to contribute those same notions of knowledge in that. So not just credentialing, but also certifications.
Who wants to answer that?
I'll take a tiny stab, even though I'm out country. I think that one of the most important things that those who are in the regulatory system could be thinking about or might entertain is looking at accepting our credentials. Excuse me, accepting our certificates, accepting our degrees when they are accredited outside of the mainstream system. So for instance, I think of Blue Quill and their advanced degrees. I think that there are many degrees out here that are not being recognized because they're not within the mainstream system. So there's a place that we can be entertaining. Is are our certificates, which I would argue they are, as good as the certificates of others? Because we educate in order to serve ours. So it's hard for someone outside of our system to see the value of the accreditation within our system.
And can I just add to that as well? I was involved in a conversation several years ago with the Conference Board of Canada, and they were releasing their employability skills inventory, and which was a really good tool, but they were all talking about training the employees. And these were Fortune 500 companies, VPs of HR from all across the country. And when I had an opportunity, I commended them on their work, but I also asked, if we're talking about training the employees, who's training the employers? Because for this relationship to work, everybody has to change. Everybody has to learn from one another. It's not a one-way street anymore, and never should have been. And so I think that that's the work that we're doing. At Blue Quills, we have several programs that are preparing people for what I guess we call licensed professions, our early learning and childcare, our social work program, our teacher ed program. We deliver the first 2 years of teacher ed, but we're currently partnering with the other institutions in our regions to develop our own teacher ed program for Indigenous institutions. And what we do is we look at what all of the base requirements are for those professions, and we come at it through an Indigenous lens, but then we also ensure that we're doing the base plus. So again, Guy, if you want to come to Blue Quills, you're going to get Education Plus. But in the next session, you're going to hear more about this. And I hope that Jeanette Villeneuve, who's with the National Indigenous Accreditation Board, is going to talk about the wisdom-based practices that have been developed for the social work programs that are jointly run by our institutions. And so it is possible to meet those requirements and actually exceed those requirements in the work that we do in our institutions.
Thank you. A few words from Arnold, and then we're going to let you go to the washroom or grab a coffee. I would suggest washroom coffee. Anyway.
Thank you. Hello, and thank you for the question. I just want to say that so when you're looking at certification and recognition of credentials delivered by Indigenous institutes, at least here in Ontario through the Indigenous Institute Act of 2017, it gives the mandate to the Indigenous Advanced Education Skills Council to do quality assurance on the organization itself in terms of capacity, but also as well as the quality of the program being delivered. Our work as a quality assurance organization is no different from any other quality assurance organization in Ontario. So if you already recognize credentials through the Post-Secondary Education Quality Assessment Board or the Ontario Quality Council, or even to the Ontario Colleges Quality Assurance Services, then you would treat the Indigenous Institute sector in Ontario no differently. Because our standards in terms of the quality assurance processes are very similar, but as Sherri indicated, it's also sort of a quality assurance plus. And the plus is really the Indigenous lens or the Indigenous worldview that's applied to our standards and benchmarks. It's really about the lifelong learning, but it's also about being learner-centric in our standards and benchmarks. And that means including Indigenous institutes, Indigenous communities, Indigenous learners in the standards and benchmarks. We recognize that transferability of credits is also an important element to the quality assurance process. And we ensure that whatever the outcomes in the programs are also consistent with what's found in the Ontario quality quality framework. What we're looking for is a way to start building an Indigenous qualifications framework that would be specific to Indigenous needs, but also meet the needs of employers, professional associations, or regulatory bodies.
You just wrapped it up right on time, 11:15. Check your watch. Break time. On the way out, there's a little stand there that you can see just where the fuchsia meets the white. That's got information on Menti. We're going to be doing an exercise using Mentimeter. You can have it up on your phone or your tablet or an iPad. So just try and familiarize yourself with that. A couple of questions are going to come up. You're going to see a code. You're going to type that in your browser, and the question will appear on the screen. As soon as you answer it, hit enter, your words will start to populate the screen. So we'll be using that throughout the day, in large part to also assist our virtual folks who we thank for being on the line. So we're going to call a break, and we'll see you in about 15 minutes, starting again at 11:30, maybe 11:31, depending on stragglers. Thanks, everybody.
Charge your phone on your watch too? Yeah. I'm going to
Well, the desert has been kind of fun, so
Yeah.
yes. I didn't tell one joke yet. Feels like it's just
All right. That's right. Sounds good. That's right, yeah. Yeah. 1 minute. It's like Professional sheepdog. Yeah. Chasing people around, being just like, come on. All right. Everybody can hear me well? We've run over 1 minute. Welcome back, everyone. It's Andrew, Mike. It's welcome back, everyone. I feel like my actual voice can probably actually fill up this room. It's awfully small, isn't it? I'm hearing a lot of instances of my name. Yes. Yeah. We still can't. Oh, here we go. Great. Excellent. All right. Welcome back, everyone. We've got another panel who's going to follow. Just a quick note from me. Just a very, very fast introduction. My name is Corey Anderson. I'm a member of Kiashki-Zagig-Anishinaabeg, or Galway First Nation. I'm supporting the team at Engage Creative Productions, and as a result, the IIC's National Symposium. So, Miigwech for having us here. Just a real quick note. We've mentioned Menti a couple of times. There's a couple signs around. This is an opportunity to use all those lovely devices that we're carrying around. If you've got a laptop, if you're joining us virtually, if you've got your phone, now is a great time to take it out and make sure that we have it, because one of the primary objectives of this, apart from listening and learning from one another, is to be able to share as much information as we can to make sure that we've got a really, really solid report to follow this. So we're going to just introduce Menti very, very quickly here. And we've got a couple of my colleagues here too who are going to be able to help us get onto it. So for the most part, all we have to do now, if you've got your phone out, laptop, iPad, etc., if you want to go to menti.com, MENTI.com. Shay, we can go to the next slide. And this is going to be kind of up all day as our panelists come and go. So it's going to be a really, really good tool. So for anybody who has an iPhone, you're able to also just open up your camera and you can take a photo of one of these QR codes. If you're wondering how you'd be doing that, if you're a virtual participant, if you also want to open up, you can either take a photo, of course, of your laptop screen. There's also this QR code embedded throughout the digital booklet, which can also be found on the event portal. If you're looking for that, you've got a QR code on the back as well. Same effect, just take a photo. Otherwise, you can go to menti.com and then you're going to be entering 4744576. And we're also going to be dropping that in the chat as well. So let's go to our first. So this is just going to be a test question. So we'll skip over to that. If anybody needs any help or anything like that, don't hesitate to give us a wave. Shannon's over there for anybody who needs assistance on this side. We know it's a little tight. Emma or Shana might be able to help over on this side if we have any hiccups. Same thing goes online as well. Hey, look at that. We're already coming up. So perfect. So that's all we're looking for. Where are you joining from us from? Where are you joining us from today? So again, all this is just to make sure that we're all familiar with the platform, because when we go to our next question, which we'll give in another second, it's going to be an opportunity to share any kind of thoughts, feedback on that first panel. Fantastic. So we're going to go ahead and skip this one just for the sake of time. And then so this is just our first, this is going to be our first opportunity to actually provide some information, details, feedback for that first panel. So if we want to go to the next one, yeah. So it's all you have to do is just essentially follow the prompts on your phone, your device. And then we'll keep going through these prompts kind of as panels sort of continue. If we want to go back to that other one. Yeah, perfect. So let's just give it a minute. And you can see kind of the live engagement that occurs here. So it's going to be a really, really great tool for this. Exactly. So again, just a great tool for this. And again, it's an opportunity. You'll be able to kind of go through these questions as the day progresses. So if you have any questions, again, don't hesitate to give us a wave. That's all be more or less omnipresent as the day continues. Jimmy for now. Thank you.
He did that because I'm like Woody from Toy Story. Can barely work this microphone. So welcome back, everybody. Thanks for coming back so fast. Hi to Heather Watts out there in Six Nations of the Grand, I'm guessing. She's a young friend of mine, not an old friend of mine. This is panel number 2. In addition to Heather being present virtually, we have Maurice Manyfingers from Old Sun College. We have Jeanette Villeneuve from the National Indigenous Accreditation Board, and Shawn Singer, Indigenous Relations Consultant for the City of Calgary and UBQ Red Crow College alumni. And Heather's coming to us from Lifelong Learning at Six Nations. So as per the last, we'll like you to talk for about 5 to 7 minutes, introducing who you are, what you do. And the goal of this panel is to explore more deeply the practices used by Indigenous post-secondary educations that support decolonization, indigeneity, self-government, and institution building. Its title is Reflections on Indigeneity, Identity, and Decolonization, Reflections on the Role of Indigenous Post-Secondary Education Institutions, pardon me. So looks like you're ready. Hear a little bit about yourself and what you do.
Okay, Nixoko, Stony Danico, Apau, Danny, Sixigate to be Gana. My English name is Maurice Manyfingers. I'm the president of Old Sun Community College, and I bring greetings from Treaty 7. I have my friend here, Shawn, who's also from Sixigate to be in Treaty 7. I'd like to thank the elder, Irene Barbeau, for your prayer this morning. And I just want to remind everyone that our elders are the eminent scholars in our First Nations Indigenous communities. They have the PhDs. And so, Irene, thank you very much for your presentation, your prayers and blessings this morning. I'd also like to thank Rebecca and the Indigenous Institutes Consortium for being gracious hosts to us today. So thank you very much. Just a little bit about myself. I'm from the Blood Tribe, which is Kainai, which is part of the Sixigate Treaty 7, Southern Alberta, the Blackfoot Confederacy. And I have been president of Old Sun Community College on the Siksika Nation for this coming on my third year. Within Alberta, just a bit of context, we have a similar entity, and it's called FNAHEC, which is the First Nations Adult Higher Education Consortium, and it's made up of 5 Indigenous institutes in Alberta, and they are Red Crow Community College on the Blood Tribe, Old Sun Community College on the Siksika Nation, Muskwachees Community College, used to be called Hobima, 4 bands in Treaty 6, Blue Quills University, and you heard from my friend Dr. Sherri this morning, and YTC, Yellowhead Tribal College, which serves the nations in and around the Edmonton area. What I wanted to talk a little bit about today is a little bit about the relationship that First Nations Indigenous institutes have with the public institutions. And I don't know if you read the newspapers or watch TV. In Alberta, we have a new premier. There's a new sheriff in town, Danielle Smith. And the public institutions have a very strong and robust funding model in how they fund post-secondary institutions in Alberta. The tribal colleges, the 5 institutions in Alberta, we do receive funding from the Ministry of Advanced Education in the form of in the form of what are called First Nations college grants. And so we have a very good relationship with them to manage, to coordinate language and culture programs within our institutions. What we don't have and the parliamentary secretary mentioned it, is a funding model that addresses capital, that addresses infrastructure, and those kinds of funding situations where we on Old Sun Community College operate out of an old Indian residential school as well too, that was built in 1929. It's an old Indian Anglican residential school, and we've been in operation for 50 years. We converted that Indian residential school to our own Old Sun Community College. And we are very interested, and it's too bad the parliamentary secretary left very quickly, but he talked about a new funding model, a new arrangement that would address some of those funding obstacles that are faced by our tribal colleges. And certainly one of them is our buildings and how we operate. I wanted to make mention of the relationships that we have with our public institutions across the street or across the river aren't necessarily adversarial. We do broker, we have memorandums of understandings with public institutions. So while the perception might be that we're in competition with the University of Calgary or Mount Royal University or the Southern Alberta Institute of Technology, we're not, because we have our Indigenous memberships that are attending those institutions, and that is by choice. That is their choice to go to those public institutions. But I guess what is curious for me is that relationship that we have with our public institutions. And I just wanted to give one example. In Alberta, in Southern Alberta, the MasterCard Foundation invested $15 million over 5 years and allocated that to the University of Lethbridge to indigenize, to do work in reconciliation, to do work in decolonization. And that funding to the University of Lethbridge was curious in that the tribal colleges in Treaty 7, Red Crow Community College and Old Sun Community College, were kind of an afterthought, that MasterCard said, oh, well, maybe we should involve the post-secondary institutions that are actually on the First Nations to be involved in this process. And so what we struggle with in Alberta, in our post-secondary institutions, is that playing field is not level. That the University of Lethbridge just opened up a $280 million Science Commons building. There, they received $15 million from MasterCard Foundation. So they get considerable investments, both private and public, in terms of what comes to the university. Where we struggle with, and my friend Dr. Sherri mentioned it, is that we're operating out of old Indian residential schools. So what are the challenges there? Well, for me, the challenge is mold removal. The challenge is getting a lift or an elevator on into the college to try to make that the building that it's up to code. Don't know how much time I have left here.
0, but keep going.
So the final comment I wanted to make is that the playing field is not level between our institutions, between our Indigenous institutions and public institutions. So I'm really happy that the parliamentary secretary mentioned that we are going to talk about a new funding model for Indigenous institutes. So I'll leave it at that for now.
Thanks. I have a big question for the people from Alberta, so get ready for that. Just going to warn you. Roxanne, sorry, pardon me. The next panelist is going to be coming up and speaking from the podium here, and then we're going to go to Heather Watts virtually, but this is Jeanette Villeneuve from the National Indigenous Accreditation Board.
And sorry, I'm not being high maintenance, but I'm just acknowledging I'm vertically challenged. And so I'd like to be able to see the people, the folks on the other side there. And I even have to move this a bit. And like Stephanie, where's Stephanie? Yeah, I also don't have a lot of hockey cred except for the year that the Calgary Flames won the Stanley Cup. And I think I might have done a Tom Cruise and jumped on my couch a bit. And that was very exciting. So by sharing that, I'm also, of course, sharing kind of the season of my life. And a part of that is why I've got notes here, because the memory is not what it once was. And I just wanted to make sure that I address the questions that we've been invited to speak to. So first, I'd like to begin by expressing my appreciation to the Indigenous Institutes Consortium for bringing us together, because we don't get opportunities like this very often to come together so that we can share experiences and also to do that very important work of collective visioning. I'm a member, despite the very French sounding name, I married into a Métis family, so hence Villeneuve from Saskatchewan, but I'm a member of the Samson Cree Nation, which is one of the 4 Cree communities that surround the community of Musqueam in Treaty 6 territory. And I'm also blessed, my family and I, to reside as guests within the foothills of Treaty 7 territory. I can see the mountains every morning. And I'm also fortunate to serve in the role of coordinator of the Social Work Education Circle with the National Indigenous Accreditation Board. And Sherri made mention earlier of my speaking about some of that work. And I actually hadn't planned to do that, but I will try and fit that in. And I've connected with Sophia to perhaps chat over lunch about her very important question about our connections with regulatory bodies, and very excited. So maybe I'll just kind of jump to that. But in the area of social work education, of course, in addition to our years-long work with the Canadian Association for Social Work Education, we actually developed in 2019 an agreement of mutual acknowledgement. We've really tried to stay away from using the word recognition. I really highly recommend Glenn Coulthard's book around the politics of recognition, because that word kind of has a message that we are seeking or going hat in hand to someone else. And what we want to be doing is sitting at the same table as peers and colleagues. So just this summer, I was able to meet with the Canadian Council of Social Work Regulators. They invited us to their annual meeting so that we can do some brainstorming about making sure that when the graduates of NIAB approved social work education programs graduate, that they're eligible for registration as registered social workers wherever they might study across territories. So with this panel here, we've been asked to speak about those practices within our places of learning that support decolonization, indigeneity, self-government, and institution building. So really, in essence, when we use our ways of knowing and being, where do those actions take us? And I've just decided to use my few moments of time this morning to just share some glimpses, because I decided to speak from the viewpoint of a fortunate person who's been able to learn within these places where I've worked for the last 22 years. And in our language in Cree, the word adoskewin, a lot of people might interpret that as employment, but in our language, a late knowledge keeper really emphasized that that word is actually translates to the notion of sacred responsibility. So I think I'm in this room with kindred spirits where that's how we approach what we do every day. And early on, I was introduced to the groundbreaking achievements of organizations such as the Aboriginal Institutes Consortium, which transformed into IIC, as well as the First Nations Accreditation Board. And I was really inspired by the commitment of these organizations to uphold our ancestral knowledge regarding our right and responsibility as Indigenous peoples to not only develop and deliver, but to also validate our own education systems. And then in later years, I witnessed the transformation of these organizations in ways which, as Sherri said, we just do it. So these organizations, we are very adept at adapting to new developments in the world of post-secondary education. I sense the time flying by. So I'm also a student. I think, Lorrie, you mentioned that you, where's Lorrie? Well, anyway, Lorrie was talking about how she was just taking a course, and I'm doing the same. And in particular, I'm really interested in the use of visual research methods, such as photography or film, that might be able to convey key elements of our places of learning in ways which speak to all of our senses. And so I think for many of you, you understand how difficult sometimes it is to use text or word to describe what we feel throughout the day. And so in the absence of the film that I'm dreaming of, I'll share the beginnings of just a little remembrance that I hope inspires you to consider some of those moments that fuel and sustain your commitment to our collective work. So I'm a little shy to share this, and it's really short, but here goes. The rhythmic crunching of gravel fades into a gentle murmur as I pull into the driveway. I smile as I notice Frank stooped over by the side door, which in actuality is used by most people as the main entrance to the college. He's in the midst of his daily morning routine of filling the colorful collection of bowls and margarine tubs with mounds of dog food. His equally colorful group of friends wag their tails as they jostle and negotiate their individual dining territories. All of us exchange our good mornings as I climb the stairs and give the door a good yank. I've learned that a gentle pull yields minimal or a complete absence of rewards. As I make my way down the long hallway to my office, I take a deep breath as I'm greeted with the blended aromas of fresh coffee and sweetgrass. So to be continued. And so hopefully one day I can invite you to a viewing of a visual rendering of that particular moment. And I'll close by, and I'm disappointed that Vance isn't here because this is definitely directed partially to Vance and his colleagues. It's a personal dream, which is likely shared by many people in this room. And that's in order to advance our ability to support the holistic success and well-being of our students and communities. We require the resources to develop and maintain robust and creative research initiatives at each of our post-secondary institutions. And in addition, the creation of collective research foundations that are housed within our regional and national organizations such as IIC, IALA, FNAHEC, and NAHIL would serve to advance decolonization and cultural resurgence efforts in our communities. And I just want to close by just very sincerely thanking each and every one of you, including knowledge keepers, and all of those people that are facilitating this gathering. But I thank each of you for all that you do each day to hold up the visions of those people who have walked on these paths before us, and also for those that are yet to come. Aye, aye.
Thanks, Jeanette. So our next presenter and panelist is Heather Watts from Six Nations of the Grand. She's with lifelong learning, and she's coming to us virtually. Heather, over to you.
Great, Nyawa, and thank you so much, Guy, and for the panelists who have already spoken thus far, and a big Nyawa goa to everyone involved in the planning of this very, very important symposium. I feel very grateful to be able to join you, albeit virtually, to be able to share a bit of my learnings and some of the work that I'm involved in. I'll begin with a quick introduction. Sego sewa kwego de kahantagi ne yongyats, ganyeke hagani'i waskulewage. Good morning, almost afternoon, everyone. My spirit or given name is Degahantage, which loosely translated, of course, because there's not a perfect translation from Mohawk to English, is she is in the meadow. But don't worry, you can call me Heather for the purposes of this panel. And I am Mohawk and Anishinaabe from Six Nations of the Grand River Territory, and I'm from the Bear Clan. And I want to start by really just centering my positionality and stating that I don't consider myself to be an expert in anything by any means. I feel like I know a little bit about a lot of things and come to this conversation as a lifelong learner myself. And I'm really honored to be able to share some of my learnings and involvement in work at Six Nations thus far. A bit about also my education experience. I feel like I've been a professional student for what feels like a very, very long time. Since about 2008, I've been in post-secondary, doing a bachelor's, a couple master's degrees, and now working on my doctoral work at the University of Toronto, Ontario Institute for Studies in Education within the Social Justice Education Department. So I always tell my parents one day it'll be the last graduation they come to, and we can get to work and put those degrees to good use. I'm also a consultant in the area of reconciliation, doing a lot of training work with different corporations, municipalities, and schools. In addition to being the education manager at Six Nations of the Grand River Territory for the Six Nations Lifelong Learning Task Force, which I'm going to share a bit about over the next couple of minutes. So within the work at Six Nations, I think it's really important to kind of frame a bit about Six Nations. First of all, that when we're talking about even population-wise, looking at Six Nations, we're talking about a community of roughly 13,000 folks living on reserve, 15,000 off reserve, with Six Nations, as it does state in the name, living together on one territory. And within each of those nations, while we do come together as the Haudenosaunee Confederacy, 6 distinct languages, 6 distinct histories, 6 distinct ways of knowing and being. And I think that's something that's really, really important to mention. I think sometimes gets lost when we kind of just get framed as one community. And something that from a reclamation and decolonizing standpoint has I think been really, really big work that is being taken up by different education spaces in the community, recognizing those 6 distinct nations living together. Within the work of the Lifelong Learning Task Force at Six Nations, we are mandated by the Six Nations Elected Council to develop recommendations on a lifelong learning education system that is grounded in Haudenosaunee languages, as well as ways of knowing and ways of being for the Six Nations of the Grand River Territory. So currently, there are a number of different education entities that are operating at Six Nations. We have 5 schools, elementary schools that are currently under the control of the federal government of Indigenous Services Canada. We have a few, 3 private schools that are operating within the territory. We have post-secondary institutions that are operating within the territory, as well as several daycares, preschools, early childhood institutions, as well as adult learning as it relates to language learning as well, operating all kind of at the same time. And so our work is really to think about, okay, how can we come together and develop a strategy for lifelong learning, from birth until our exit journey in this lifetime. And I think something that's also really important to note here is that within our work for the past 3 years, we have been engaged in knowledge gathering and research related to how education currently operates within our territory. And something that I think has felt very much, prioritizing our ways of knowing and being is that we can have a unique approach to our research and begin to move away from the deficit framing and the deficit mindset that is so often prevalent in research on First Nations communities, that we get to define what the research parameters are, that we get to define what the research looks like, what that knowledge gathering and sharing looks like, and be really transparent with the community about what it is that we are learning along the way. Our research has encompassed a number of areas such as studying capital and infrastructure, transportation, inclusive education, which we're really working to move away from language of special education and really think about inclusive education, again, moving away from a deficit mindset that's often framed regarding First Nations students. Second level services is another area we have studied, as well as language learning, parental and community involvement in education, as well as holistic education approaches. And I think to kind of close things up here as we move to our next panelist, something that I really want to state here is that we have such an opportunity here to reclaim and rewrite what learning and education means on our own terms. We have an opportunity as well to unhook or delink from the settler colonial academy framework and really prioritize identity reclamation and identity building within these institutions. In closing, it was once explained to me by one of my professors, the difference between what schooling is and what education is. And that schooling is for control and education is for liberation. So I really look forward to continuing this work and being involved in the conversations on, well, what does that education and learning look like on our own terms? So Nyawagoa for the time.
Thank you, Heather. Over to Shawn Singer, Indigenous Relations Consultant for the City of Calgary, and our third Albertan. This will be important for my question. Shawn, about 7 minutes.
Okay, Damik. Can you hear me okay, this mic? This is dangerous to give me a mic, by the way.
It should be me.
Despite my last name, it's quite deceiving. I don't sing, but Istrugok Nadikinasui, Nitutipimixi Gana, about Abetsitapim. I come from the Kainai Nation, one of the nations from the Blackfoot Confederacy. I use this term called Abetsitapi. We currently call ourselves as a collective Blackfoot Confederacy or Blackfoot Siksikaitsitapi, and that's what we use, and we're very proud of that. Just it has some history. Abetsitapi is actually originally what we're all called as a collective that originates from our first relationship building with that land and its original inhabitants eons ago, and these are animals. And so we took that responsibility of the land, and so we're the people of the white weasel. So I think it's always important when we talk about decolonizing sometimes, and that's an important aspect of it. So myself, I'm also a social worker, and why I said it's dangerous to give me a microphone, because I'm kind of long-winded, right? And there's not enough time. It really should have been a week, because then I can do a whole course on this, and then we'd better understand what we're doing. But this forum, absolutely more important for me. I work for the City of Calgary. I'd been with them for a year, and intergovernmental affairs. Sounds all fancy, and my term, I'm an Indigenous relations consultant. So really it's all internal, and it's all internal education, or basically calling out people is really what I do, and I enjoy it. My boss gives me autonomy a little bit because I can call out business units about some things. Right? So the goal for us is to advance truth and reconciliation, what we call White Goose Flying Report. It was just an individual who attended a local Indian residential school and whose body was found near the City of Calgary. And so this report was really based on the work that needs to be done within the city, the municipality. So the work that I do, just like in an hour from now, I'm going to be briefing the mayor on protocol on engaging Siksika Nations government. So when I'm asked to do something like this, in my head, I laugh a little bit of just like, just talk to them like they're humans. Why do you need me to tell you how to talk to us? Like, it doesn't make any sense. In my head, it doesn't make any sense, because that's just the issue, is that we come from this perspective that we're, I appreciate the acknowledgement of our culture, especially our protocols, especially who we are and where we come from, and the acknowledgement of that land. But at the same time, the challenge with that is it's always coming from like, we're over there, like we're these foreign people. And it feels really strange, a little bit. And so knowing the Siksika Nation government, very educated group of people, and I think they'll probably feel it's a bit silly, just how they're approached. However, knowing them and being in Blackfoot, we always take these things really graciously. And, just knowing that people have this type of respect for you. So I appreciate those things. So in the subject of decolonization has been really important to me since 1996. I've been a social worker in my community and in urban settings, predominantly in Calgary, but I'm also an educator now. Heather was that her name? Sorry, Heather had spoken about research. So I also have a master's degree in educational research. And so within that, it just gave me this opportunity to really, I guess, explore these challenges, right? And especially with researchers or people coming to our communities and utilizing our culture in inappropriate ways. This work has been important to me going forward when we talk about decolonization. So in our Blackfoot community, predominantly, well, at least in my community, we're Catholic. And then there's Anglican, and Red Crow College was housed in its former Indian residential school, but it burned down. And my mom at the time was about 76 or 77 years old. She said, it's about time that place burned down. For her, it was a relief, right? Just because she attended that. So going to this community was really like being back in my community, and relearning was really important, because what I did learn from Dr. Betty Bastine and this amazing lady sitting to my left was realizing, even though I speak her language, I grew up in our culture, which I'm very privileged, I realize, but at the same time, I realized the resistance that we have, resistance to truth. And for me, that was a challenge. I didn't realize I was resistance to hear the truth about how traumatized we are, about how colonized we are, about how we want to parallel everything, how two-eyed seeing is okay. I'm really resistance against the colonized version of us now. Like, it's kind of flipped. And I think that's a really important part of the work that we do, and especially in community. And then now that I work for a municipality, right, is really ensuring, protecting our people. Doesn't matter if they're Blackfoot or not, it's just all Indigenous groups that reside in our city. And that was really important, just to ensure that they're not harmed in any way, disrespected in any way, right? And so those things I appreciate. So I'm thinking I've gone over, right?
You're almost like 30 seconds away
Okay,
from finishing.
good.
Here.
You know what? See, that's a record, because usually I'll go over like 10 minutes. But
I'm just being kind to you because I want that shirt. Check out that shirt, right? You meet the right guy, you can double your wardrobe.
Maybe I'll give it to you. We'll see.
We'll see.
Yes.
Wait till you hear my next question.
Yes. But in that, thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you, Sean. So a question for Albertans. Let me go back to a little bit what you heard Heather Watts say. Did you notice that she said education at Six Nations is mandated by an elected Six Nations Council? Do you remember hearing that? My question to the three people from Alberta, this is the Alberta panel right here. You want to explain to me how a non-elected person, in the absence of an election in a province, is the premier of Alberta? Any takers on that one? So you don't have to answer that, but what my point is, they make up shit. Let's make up some shit. Because that shit don't make sense.
All I know is I think November 8th, there's a by-election, what they call Brooks Medicine Hat region in Southern Alberta, where she's going to try to
Well, sure, she's going to
win
try.
that
Hey, look, I may as well be the premier today. I'm
I
not
honestly
elected
don't
either.
know how that's
I
possible.
got ancestors from Grand Prairie in 1848. I want to be the premier today. It might work, but I might get a few votes here, but we'll see. So that's a great opening, great introduction for all the work that you're doing. And so the questions here on the panel and the outcome, one of the things that struck me as we're talking supposed to be about indigeneity, identity, and decolonization is how can you move towards the end of that? Like why aren't we there already? And your story in your language with your mother, I think, struck me as I want you to think about something differently. I'm not good at a lot of things. I can't sing any more than you can, I suppose, but I have a few good ideas. And how about maybe moving from what we used to hear as intergenerational trauma to what you're distributing here and what you're showing here is intergenerational courage, because that's what I hear. I don't see any trauma here. I see courage, and I see that based on those folks who maybe were traumatized. But time to turn the tables and let's start talking about intergenerational courage. You know,
Have some audacity.
and audacity. Yeah, exactly. Like the fellow who they named, you know, who walked across that bridge and who just became, well known to a lot of people, but from the Black community, who just said, let's have some good trouble. Let's raise some good trouble. And so, you know, that's what excites me about still doing this work. You know, and I'm standing here before you telling you that I have a grade 12 education, and a message comes in from my daughter citing a bio for her new job at the Museum of History, that she's working on her master's degree, already has her BA from Carleton. And it fills me, and she's 26. And then to hear Heather, pretty soon to be Dr. Heather Watts, you know, that's great stuff. And I'm going to give you a spoiler alert on some of the work that I've done in the past. Just in the past year, our firm did the report for Queen's University on Indigenous identity. And I head up that firm. And again, why they needed someone with a grade 12 education from Flin Flon to tell them that they were doing their shit wrong is as equally hard to answer as why is the Premier of Alberta the Premier of Alberta? So we've got some answers in this room, and I want to hear them from these guys and panelists. So I don't know where to take this. I really don't. I want you to sort of take this and tell us, you know, how can you support decolonization? How can you support indigeneity? Self-government, which we heard a lot of language speakers here. Self-government, when you take it to a root word, really means minding your own business. So why are you not minding your own business still if you're proclaiming to be pursuing self-government? You know, so those are hard languages. And institution building. You must have heard the same thing that I heard. Residential schools weren't schools. Do you really want to be institutions, or is there another name for what you want to be? That might mean you have to change your beautiful stuff here these days, but I want to have an open flowing discussion on that from panel members. And Sean, you seem to want to talk the most, so let's hear you go again, because I can talk all day, and it's not about me, it's about us, and it's taken a long time for us to get back together in a beautiful room like this. So thanks to IIC for bringing us together. So just riff off of anything you want. Wide open.
You want to have a riff off with me? Is that what you're saying?
No, I want panel members too.
There's one thing, you know, just coming from this community, you know, I was well baptized Catholic, so I'm also a mixed race. I only know how to be Blackfoot. I only know that from the community I was raised in, being raised by elders in that entire community, and be able to speak her language. So I always find it interesting in speaking in public forum. Immediately people look at me, right? And not knowing I'm Indigenous, there's already assumptions about me. They see my hair, perhaps the way I'm dressed, and I get all these interesting comments and people speaking to me, and especially when I start speaking. And then when I tell them I'm actually an Indigenous person, I introduce myself in the language, right? And so, you know, you just have all the looks and things, because we already have a preset idea in our heads about who people are. I have a almost full-blooded nephew who's blonde and blue-eyed. For some reason, he's blonde and blue-eyed, but it's just because perhaps genetics, right? but we always stereotype, we always have assumptions about each other. And that's one of the biggest challenges I always found. In saying this, this is important from my own community, right? So we're very proud about who we are, our language, at least it's still somewhat intact. You know, there's not as, you know, there's less and less speakers of it. However, we're still trying to re-educate young people in the community to that language and adapting or claiming that culture. But one of the challenges I've myself along the way is experiencing is that because we're teaching part of the culture, not the entire culture. And the reason is because we're Catholic. And why I say that, one part of this work, you know, just because I always credit everything who I am today is because of the work that behind Jeanette and Dr. Betty Bastine and Blue Quills, it just for the reason is giving you that forum, that opportunity to explore actually who you really are, you know, to understand why you're resistant to, because we've already made from I know everything, right? I know this language, right? But you're not realizing how colonized we are with it. Where I say that is because one thing I was able to do is actually bring forward who our two-spirited people are in our community, who they were historically, their contributions to our world. And they were really significant because in Christianity, these are sexualized people, the fears, all of those things, because I realized how damaging that was. And those people are missing from our community. So given the fact that we had high respect for our elders, I did a presentation anyways about this subject, right? And it was really important to have this conversation, but I did it anyways, even though perhaps there was repercussions or the elder would say, hey, wait a second, you spoke out of turn. I did it anyways. In the end, I really appreciated how he embraced me and said I was right, because, you know, again, we're only teaching part of our culture. And just like how, as being an Indigenous person, sometimes you always feel overlooked. Could you imagine like a smaller group of people within your people who are always overlooked by your own people, right? Decolonization is so important in our communities. That is really important to break that away, right? Those things, like you know, just even roles of women. I mean, we all know our tribes, our groups, our communities were matriarchal before settlers arrived. We all know this. We know this in our Blackfoot territory as well. But we find ways to make sure the patriarchy remains dominant. And that deteriorates our community, deteriorates the strength of women. Even in our language, we used to say Tibetabiyot, meaning our source of life. Source of life is describing the entire cosmos, the process of it, how we came to be, the entire universe, right? And that's just a term they've used eons ago, right? So we use a term now, creator, right? Apistutuki in our language, right? So for me, I really think that comes from Catholic Church. My mantra says, there is no creator, we are the creators, because women are the ones that make children. And we've been disrespected too long, right? So I always take these words, and I'm very inspired by women in our community. Of course, all the men and our elders as well, and leaders. But I always feel there's still an imbalance, right? So for me, is actually calling this out. And so last thing I'll say, because I'm very long-winded, you know, the work that I currently do was really these processes, right? We have a woman who's our mayor. And so there's a lot of men in leadership, right? So there's all automatically assumptions about who we all are and our roles and responsibilities. So despite Alberta being kind of very ultra conservative, I had a drag show by City Hall council chambers, an Indigenous drag show. My boss said, do it, right? And this was during Indigenous Awareness Week. And you wouldn't believe the amount of resistance, because they were asking me, is this like child appropriate? Like, it's like, this is not a sex show. Like, you have to tell me you've never seen RuPaul's Drag Race. Like, you never go on YouTube. Like, you know, it was an enormous amount of stuff. Resistance, because there's assumptions about us. Like, this is going to be some strip show or something, right? So people have in their mind about us being a two-spirited person, this sexuality, that's all they think. Somebody had said, mind your own business. Like, really, why are we worrying about what people do in their bedrooms, or why are we worrying so much about a person's sexuality? And Indigenous ways of knowing is about being a human. So when we're talking about allyship, I say no. You're either my friend, nitakam, or niksukwa, my family, because in our Blackfoot language, it doesn't make sense to be an ally because that's only temporary. Why not just be my friend and family for eternity? Ken.
Thank you. Yeah, great. It reminds me of I was chairing a long Aboriginal Head Start meeting and some of the work I did, and Don Bernstick was performing as a comedian at the evening entertainment. And we had all the elders up front wanted to see this first and said, he tells some pretty rough jokes, all the people that weren't Indigenous. I said, that's why the elders are sitting there in the front. They're going to probably enjoy this more than anybody. They were worried that they might have heard something inappropriate. And they were, Don's just a funny guy. Another Albertan, I should ask him about the election. But I know Heather wants to weigh in on this as well. So Heather virtually, and then I see the elder had a hand up, but I had a note in here from Heather first. So I just wanted to let you know it comes in through this IT thing. Heather.
Yao guy. Yeah, I just wanted to pick up kind of on the thread of what is taught or what the narrative is about Indigenous people, Indigenous students, and speaking from the lens of how that impacts Indigenous students, given my kind of long go here at post-secondary education is, and I know this is something that's talked about widely across institutions and schools and academia, which is imposter syndrome, right? And imposter syndrome is furthered, right, by that lack of inclusion of Indigenous content, Indigenous ways of knowing, Indigenous protocol, as well as lack of Indigenous representation among colleagues or fellow students or professors. One of the questions we were asked to kind of prepare for today was, how important was it for us to experience PSE in a manner informed by Indigenous ways of knowing and being? And with a lot of my experience going to post-secondary in the United States, that's largely not my experience. Having gone to Syracuse as well as Columbia, and then most recently, I was at the Harvard Graduate School of Education, where you would assume I kind of felt on top of the world, felt on top of my game at arguably, I guess, depending on who you ask, one of the top institutions in the world. And when I was interested in pursuing doctoral studies there in the area of Indigenous education, was told by administrators that this is not a place that will be able to support what I want to research. So what does that communicate to me as an Indigenous student? This area of study does not matter. This area of study is not a priority. And so you sit there and you start to question your own identity and how does it fit or not fit within this space. And so, needing to make a decision, do I want to go down the path of possibly trying to trailblaze or forge a trail, knowing it's going to be a lonely one with little support? Or do I want to try and apply elsewhere where I will feel supported in being able to want to do the research that I wish to embark on? And so that's what led me to U of T, to OISE, with a much larger, more intentional Indigenous presence in the faculty, and as well as inclusion of Indigenous knowledge. And I can remember a very distinct conversation with an alumni, actually, from the Harvard Graduate School of Education, who was a Lakota woman who had graduated 2 years prior to me. And she was now doing her doctoral studies at the University of South Dakota. And I remember her telling me, oh, you're going to feel so much relief when you're able to go and exist in a place and just be a student, and be able to sit in learning and be able to engage in conversations and not feel like you need to take on the role of being a teacher while you're trying to be a student, which is largely an experience that I felt in places of higher education that I attended. And, maybe that felt nice at first to be able to say, oh, I get to, teach my colleagues or fellow students something, even my professor. But then after a while, you begin to question, well, why isn't this something that is being critically thought about in terms of its lack of inclusion, right? Across the board, protocol, content, the fact that I was at a graduate school of education and nobody knew anything about Indian boarding schools in the US or Indian residential schools in Canada is extremely problematic. It was just kind of like it was skipped over in the narrative of education as it related to the United States and Canada. So yeah, just wanted to touch a bit about a bit on that in terms of the impact on self and imposter syndrome as an Indigenous student, in terms of, do we see those voices being prioritized? Do we see that research being prioritized in a meaningful and respectful way, as well as protocol being prioritized?
Thank you, Heather. And that became critical to what we learned too when we did the work at Queen's, is teachers who were exposed as maybe they're not being Indigenous, they've already taught a number of classes of people. And what does that mean for those students who want to pursue other forms of research? Did they learn from someone who wasn't Indigenous or someone who was? And imagine what that brings into as you move forward with your education. Our elder, Irene Barbeau, please.
Regrets. I think I sit here and I listen to all these good comments and from the panelists and from the people on Zoom, focusing on the we're decolonizing education. What does that really mean as an educator? What does it involve? And how do you teach it in a classroom? You know what I mean? Because, and the reason why I ask is I was involved in a decolonization process with the University of Algoma University in Sault Ste. Marie. And that building is a former residential school that I went to. And we did 7 sessions of all day on Zoom. Now that was completed in June. I haven't seen a report of any sort to tell me what the purpose of that exercise was. And I'm going to follow up on it because that was very time consuming as an elder to be on Zoom for all day and then say, okay, what came out of that intense discussion? Now, I'm hoping when you're talking about decolonizing education, I hope that won't be the same process, because if it is, then it's a waste of money and a waste of time of an educator's time. And do they know what the definition is? Start there. Definition. What does that mean? Like what I perceive as decolonizing education might not be the same to the people in this room. Who decides what the proper definition is? Is it the Indigenous people? I hope so. Or is it the colonizers? And I think that's something we need to really look at. And I come from a background, like I'm not a teacher, but my father was a teacher back in the days when Indigenous people were not teachers. He went to Teachers College back when it was very uncommon for an Indigenous person to be a teacher. And he taught on reserves, isolated reserves. And my daughter is a teacher. My sister, I have a sister that's a teacher and a brother that's also a teacher. My younger sister, Eva, created a curriculum in the Cree language when none existed. And they took that course as an example to the Aborigines in Australia, because they were trying to use like a template of sorts, but geared it to their purpose in Australia. So I have a bit of knowledge when it comes to education because of my background. I'm not a qualified teacher, but I teach in other ways that probably is not recognized in the colonized world, which is also education that was lived from an individual's point. Thank you.
Thank you. So one by one, I'm going to have to answer that question. What does decolonization education, what does that mean? Jeanette.
And I'll just begin. Can you hear me? Yeah, okay.
We have to make sure that it's on so that the people virtually, so you hold it and then you should be able to. No. There you go. Perfect.
Okay. I'll begin by just referring to the work of Maori scholar Graham Smith. And he just shared that he also doesn't really care for the word decolonization. And he prefers to just remind all of us just to live our ways. So whether that's cultural resurgence, reconnecting with who you are. And I also recall Tewa scholar Gregory Kaheti, who talks about the central purpose of education being helping people to find their heart and face. So that means knowing who they are. Late knowledge keeper George Breton also talked about when you know who you are, then you can actually take on your responsibilities in a good way. And I know that at many of our places of learning, that's what you do. You are helping students that may be disconnected from their language and their ways to reconnect, to find out who they are. I know at Musqueam's Cultural College, when I was there, regardless of whether you were in petroleum engineering or early childhood education, you had certain core courses that you had to take. One was Cree language, one was self-identity, where you actually sat in the class and you found out that, gee, I'm related to a whole bunch of you. And so that reconnection was so important. So with that foundation, so that the end result wasn't just that credential or to get into the workforce or contribute to the labor market, it was to find out who you are. And then all of those other things fall into place.
So I really appreciate this question, because this is also a really, thing that has run through my mind several times is, what does decolonization mean? The only way I can explain it to you is just because sometimes you just got to get out and do it. We spend a lot of time talking about a lot of things and planning and saying we're going to do things and we need tons and tons of money to do it. And those are important. But to give you an example is that, part of this process of what does it mean is that I want to tell you in this room, like, how many of you believe in the supernatural? No, really, how much do you actually believe in the supernatural? Our ancestors, before we were settled, have had extraordinary abilities. And so when we hear everything from the trickster, all the different beings, everything that come from the stars, these extraordinary abilities to move and change this planet at will, and many different things. We have these stories, right? But their mythology or legends is what we've reduced them to. What decolonization to me is that to go start and doing a buffalo harvest and learning how to use this animal, the meat, the bones, everything, learning that. Then going from one sacred site to the next, learning about these deities or these beings that once lived, making offerings and seeing some things that nobody will believe you what you experienced and saw. Learning about how this root I was able to find by a story I was told, how to light some tobacco and the tobacco will lead you to it, right? I didn't believe that. Well, I was skeptical, but it worked out on this mountain. It's really experiencing who we really are, taking that chance. We're also skeptical of our own ways of knowing. It's really about embodying it. In our language, we say, you embrace it, you embody it, because that's who we are. It's in our DNA. And that was how the only way this whole entire summer, like I feel I have so much to tell. I just want to tell you guys this whole story, but it's too long. It's 4 months long of a story, but it was going from one place to the next in our original Blackfoot territory. I was outside our reserve. And I experienced this. And then the person came to me, asked me questions, and ended up on this adventure for 4 months. Well, not every day, but, twice a week, maybe. The thing is that I thought that I was the teacher and this is the learner. And it turns out this person, the younger person, came to me asking these questions and bringing me on this entire journey where I was learning. I'd love to say that I know everything about my culture, obviously not, because I experienced that just this summer.
It all started as making this offering, teaching someone why an offering is so important. That was the last thing I thought I would ever happen this summer. I was going to go to Mexico, but that didn't happen. So for me, that was the best summer I ever had. But those are just like a few thoughts or a few processes I think that are important, is really getting back to who we really are. To answer our elder, I really want to be able to say is that there was this question was also posed earlier, how do you accredit prayer? And this is what I'm trying to figure out at City of Calgary, because again, people are discomfort with prayer. They're regarding it as something like it's religion, and some people against their rights, etc., right, at these forums, right? And so I had to instruct our team is that we use the term atsmoitska. We ask our elder to perform this or not, or at least address us, right? And we parallel too much. In our language, atsmoitska, it doesn't mean prayer, because we don't prayer or worship. We have a sacred conversation with our history, with the land, with the cosmos, with these things that we believe in, those supernatural, those things that bring us back to health. And in the end, it means, like the elder speaks today, which you hear as a prayer, is asking us to maintain good relationships, because that's the wish for us. So the elder addresses us, right? The elder is talking to us, setting the tone, right? So I think that's a really important part of this. Thought, and I'm going to stop because I'm starting to ramble a little bit, but I think that's my answer to that, is really embodying our language, stay true to that, our cultures, right? And if you don't know it, you're going to learn it. And I encourage you all that if you're non-Indigenous, learn it.
Maurice?
Gee, I could listen to Shawn all day long here, but I'm still pondering the question, how does someone become the Premier of Alberta without going through a general election? I guess I wanted to just thank the elder for that question. And I think what we need to all reflect on is, as Indigenous communities and Indigenous people, what is our relationship moving forward with Albertans, with Canadians? I think Murray Sinclair said it very well, that reconciliation is not just an Indigenous problem. It is reconciliation is something that we all need to talk about as Albertans and as Canadians. So I think that's important. In Alberta, we have 3 treaties. Treaty 6, which is where Jeanette is from. Shawn and I are from Treaty 7 and Treaty 8 in the north. But we always make mention and impress upon everyone that we are all treaty people, that Premier Smith has treaty rights, and that we have those treaties as sacred, and those are foundations to us. Just a final thought about public institutions in Alberta are starting to hire vice presidents and senior people to indigenize, to reconcile, and to decolonize. And so those are things that are happening there. Well, the tribal institutions, we're already there. That's the work that we do already. But I think it's important that we have good foundational relationships with other Canadians, with other Albertans, with other communities. So that's important. I'll leave my comments at that.
Thank you very much. It's beautiful. We're going to conclude with Heather's comments. It is about 11:40, and after this, we're going to be seeing you at lunch. But Heather.
Great. Nyawa Guy and Nyawa to the elder for this very important question. And I think why it's so important is because I feel like sometimes kind of in the modern context, there's various terms that get conflated, right? That they all kind of mean the same thing, or they become buzzwords such as decolonization and indigenization. And, something that I've been involved in a lot of my research is the term re-indigenization. And so not indigenization, but re-indigenization. And this framing of a return forward, that sometimes when we think of this concept of a return forward, that the knowledge is there and the knowledge exists in terms of our original instructions in terms of how we are supposed to be conducting ourselves as educators, as learners, etc. And something that I can recall Riley Yesno, a scholar from the University of Toronto, stating, and it was just like so spot on, is that some of what is being framed as like this new research, right, such as land-based learning, differentiation, problem-based learning, when you really look at, well, what are the fundamentals or foundations of these different aspects of learning, like this is Indigenous knowledge. This is stuff that Indigenous peoples have been doing since time immemorial, right? Learning from the land, ensuring that we view each child, each learner as possessing their own inherent gift, and how can we, as a community, as a clan, as a nation, etc., help to really forge a pathway and help that gift grow over time, right? So, you know, that's something that when I heard that, I was like, yeah, absolutely. That makes so much sense. And I think lastly here, when we're talking about re-indigenizing education, that our framing and our thinking needs to go beyond just what content is being learned in the classroom. Because I think a danger or something that can happen is, okay, well, you know, if we're going to decolonize or re-indigenize education, you know, let's make sure we open our lecture or our class with the opening address or with a prayer, and that's decolonizing education. Or let's make sure we've got a couple articles written by Indigenous scholars sprinkled throughout the syllabus, and then that means it's indigenized, right? And I think we have to be very critical about how we are learning, how we are teaching, what are those strategies that we are asking learners to be engaged in, as well as like, what is that dynamic between a teacher and student, right? And knowing that our students are not empty vessels just waiting to have knowledge poured into them, but that they come into learning spaces possessing so much incredible knowledge themselves, right? And seeing that as learning opportunities that go both ways. One other thing I'll mention here is thinking about again, beyond the classroom, right? How does a place of learning take Indigenous ways of knowing into account from more than just a learning aspect or a social aspect? What does it look like in terms of recruitment of Indigenous students, the orientation of Indigenous students, ongoing support and engagement of Indigenous students over time, the policies and procedures that oversee an academy, right? How can our ways of knowing and being influence and impact the governance, right, of an institution or of a place of learning, right? And then, you know, lastly, I think we don't want to let ourselves off the hook either, right? And take a pan-Indigenous approach when thinking about student belonging and say, okay, well, you know, for all of our students to feel like they belong, we're going to really center, you know, these specific Indigenous principles of this nation and really look at, well, how might we create space for other Indigenous ways of knowing and being and doing as well? That's something that I think Indigenous scholars are very critical of in kind of more the settler colonial academies is, you know, don't pan-Indigenize us. So let's take on that own practice within our own institutes and our own places of learning and ensure that our students feel valued and feel seen for their own distinct ways of knowing and being in languages as well.
Thank you, Heather. Thank you very much for those words. But to thank the panel, Maurice, Shawn, and I'll get all the names right. Maurice, Jeanette, Heather, and Shawn. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for bringing on these words. We're about ready to go to lunch. So I just wanted to echo some of the things that Heather's saying. I was a professor at the University of Toronto, and what I was able to say to the students, including Indigenous and non-Indigenous students, was that in Ontario, we have I was trying to debunk the term culture to self-identify. It's much more than a culture. It is a civilization. We're talking about the Muskego civilization, the Anishinaabe civilization, and the Ongwehonwe. Ongwehonwe, in my language, means the divine people. How beautiful is that? We are the star people. We come from the sky world. That's what we want to impute on our students, give to our students, I mean. And I'm not an Anishinaabe. I'm Ongwehongwe. I'm Gayankyono. I'm a Mohawk. And I think we need to remember in our institutes to, exactly what Heather was saying, make sure it's not pan-Indian that we're actually giving out to our students too. That'll be a fault of us. We got to make sure that they understand that we could teach about indigenous psychologies, but make sure that it comes from each one of those civilizations. So we can debunk the term culture. Hockey is a culture. You just talked about it. But they say, oh, First Nations cultures when they identify us in papers. You've seen it all over the place. So I just want to make sure that we're careful about that and make that a point to ponder today. And then maybe look at, I know we heard this morning and also, how do we raise pedagogy to a higher level? And what I'm working with and what I've heard in the last 6 months is maybe we adopt the term indigegogy. That includes all those sectors of mental, physical, and social, and we'll add spiritual for our students. Again, so they can have a moral compass at the end of their 3 years or 4 years of honors. Anyway, those are some of the things I want to share with you as points to ponder. What I heard this morning is looking at civilizations and debunking the term culture. And I wanted to share with you that I'm a star person from the Ongwehongwe divine people. And that's translated from my language, as close as we can get. So, that's what our maker sent to us, gave us. So we just want to share that as points to ponder going forward, and thanking our guests for all of that and making sure we don't fall into the fault of pan-Indianism, as Heather was sharing. Okay, so we have lunch. I have a note here about Mentis.
It's happening. It's all good.
It's all going? Okay, so there's lots of questions and comments. So we just want to share that. We have lunch over there on that side, the left-hand side, going up the door. Unfortunately, you're gonna have to bring your plates into here, and then we'll have a guest speaker at 1:30. And we're gonna launch something important at 1:30 as a part of this symposium. So Nyamakoa, thanks for coming for this morning, and we'll see you at 1:30. Nyama.
Thank you very much. Yes. I will be speaking for 9 hours. Sure. I have to leave Alberta to figure out questions about Alberta. It's sure. Okay. That's fine. Don't make it.
Yeah. Yeah, and then that's. Yes.
Oh, I'm glad. Talking about you is a very good. And as a golden hair community. I don't think it's doing it though, I completely don't know how to make this hard. But I thought, okay, so sharing what you want. Has been a hard thing. But Aaron, who's worked in this position, knows that knowing more about government isn't this is the reality, right? So what I'm looking at is called social justice development. Right? We're figuring out. It's looking at programs and services that really feedback.
I don't think it'd be hard out though. I think they've already finished. Okay, good. Okay, so now you've gone through your works here and we're gonna recess. And so I don't think I've ever had to also do a banquet then. Time for everything, right? It's okay.
We're gonna come back.
Yeah. One of the maybe one of the they got a bunch of yeah. 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 What's your yeah. Okay, so like when I go to school, something that I, what are you gonna do, right? It's not helping me, it's not helping anyone, but yeah. Oh, yeah. Stairs, so Yeah, so Lyle and Mary. Mary's my aunt. My dad's sister. She's from Brittany. Oh, yeah. I'm Mary Lyle. He's from there. Yeah. Why don't I have funny? Oh, great. That's next. Yeah.
We do this. That's going very well. This. Yeah. 2:30, there's more cookies there. I have 6 minutes, so I'm not eating. I'm just gonna smell good. You want to start. It's a long time. There might be snacks later. I'm not gonna leave. If there are other. Well, that's always. Yeah.
You're on the pretty background.
Sure, sure.
We're gonna throw everything you can.
Okay, I'm trying to figure out which glasses I need to see and to see here. It's very complicated.
It's a tough compromise.
It is.
I'm writing down a lot of them. You're fine there. Yes, that's what I find now.
Little muscle.
On the screen or something. And I went right to the bathroom and I had a
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Sego, Scanos, Dante, Ani. Okay, this next session is going to be a discussion about the release. I'm going to have to use my glasses here. A keynote on core funding for Indigenous post-secondary education institutions and their business case. And is being brought to us by Matthew Meendelsohn. And he hails from Toronto. And he'll tell you he's Indigeneity. No, just kidding. Sorry. No, your ancestry. He'll tell us about his ancestry. And he's a great writer. I read some of it last night, and I just think it's spot on. It's only me, though. So come to the microphone, sir. We'll hear what he has to say. And I think we're officially launching it at this moment.
Thank you very much, Amos. Thank you, Guy, for doing this. Thank you to the IIC and the governing circle for having me. I'd like to first acknowledge that we're on the unceded territory of the Anishinaabe and Algonquin Nation. And I also want to acknowledge the elder for her comments this morning and getting us started in a good way, and also intervening over the course of the morning and making sure we are staying on the right path here as we continue this day. I am very aware of the irony of me doing a keynote here. I have I have less experience and knowledge than almost anyone here in this room. My background is in education, in public policy. I've spent kind of the last 30 years teaching at universities, doing public policy research, being a federal deputy minister, being a provincial deputy minister in Ontario. So lots of experience with public policy and moving public policy agendas forward and how governments approach a variety of different issues. On a personal level, I was doing the calculation, I have taught at 6 different universities. And that brings with me kind of mental maps of what university education is, what college education looks like. And I think that is a big challenge as Indigenous institutes, pursue their agenda, that many of the non-Indigenous people have very clear ideas of what post-secondary education looks like. And as we talked about this morning, and as everyone here experiences, the approach and model that Indigenous institutes deliver every day is different. And that requires a bit of a cognitive shift for non-Indigenous people and decision makers and public servants and ministers who may not be familiar with the model. So what we are doing today is, I'm still not 100% sure how I ended up, working so closely with the Indigenous Institutes Consortium. I retired from the federal public service almost 3 years ago. I teach at Toronto Metropolitan University now. I do consulting, but I spend a lot of my time supporting organizations that I think are doing good work, that are having a positive impact on the country and on their communities, and supporting them where I can navigate their agendas through, complex government processes. And so that's the experience and knowledge I bring to this. Obviously, over the last 2 years, I'm going to need my glasses, though. Did I forget my glasses? I'm not sure. I have 2 sets of glasses. I forgot my better pair in the room. So if I'm squinting at you, it's because I'm old and my eyes don't work properly, and I have multiple glasses for multiple purposes. Obviously, over the last 2 years, I've worked with the IIC and produced a report for them last year, and have now just undertaken a business case for them to assess the economic returns of core, equitable, stable funding into Indigenous institutes in Ontario. The report I did focuses on the 7 members of the IIC. I don't claim that this report, speaks for the experiences of other Indigenous institutes in Ontario or across the country, but I think the findings are relevant and would probably be similar if they were replicated elsewhere. So today, I know the IIC is releasing this report. I'm not going to go over the whole report. I appreciate, Amos, that you said you've read some of it. I'm surprised you think I'm a good writer. Maybe you're just being kind. Sometimes it's a bit academic, but today I want to take just maybe 15 minutes to outline the main thrust of the report. And I'm going to, I think, focus on kind of 3 different areas. First, I want to highlight some background strategic observations, given the context and the situation in which we find ourselves. Then I'm going to briefly summarize the existing knowledge that we have about the benefits of building strong, stable, equitably funded Indigenous post-secondary education institutions. I'm not going to do that probably as well or as comprehensively as we had this morning, and as it will continue to have this afternoon. And in the report, many of the things that I talk about in that report, in this theme, are the points and themes that were discussed this morning. And then the third thing I want to do over the next 15 minutes is describe a bit the economic model that I developed to estimate the medium and long-term returns that would come from core, equitable, stable funding delivered to Indigenous institutes in a manner consistent with treaty and inherent rights. So first, the background. And these are just some observations that I offer in terms of where we're at the moment and the situation in which the country finds itself. First, there are real and growing labor shortages in many sectors. And we talked about that this morning. Arnold talked about it a bit in terms of social workers, but real labor shortages in terms of the care economy and healthcare that we've experienced recently in teaching and social work in ECE, but also in the skilled trades, particularly skilled trades related to the natural resource economy and the evolution that countries around the world are participating in terms of evolution towards a greener, cleaner natural resource sector and clean technology. So real labor shortages are at the top of the agenda. And I think everyone here knows that the Indigenous population in Canada is younger and growing, it's important to be building institutions that can accommodate and this growing population. The second observation is that the government of Canada has committed itself to take all measures necessary to ensure that the laws of Canada are consistent with the United Nations Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous People, which affirms the inherent jurisdiction of Indigenous people to exercise control over their own education systems. So that is a second observation that is part of the conversation right now that everyone here is aware of. The federal government has made commitments to funding Indigenous institutes in ways consistent with self-government, inherent in treaty rights, UNDRIP, and the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's calls to action, in particular call to action number 7, which talks about eliminating attainment gaps. And it is clear from the discussion this morning, but from the research, that Indigenous institutes are going to be a crucial part of responding to those calls to action. The fourth observation I'd make is that Indigenous post-secondary education institutions have not been funded in an equitable manner and do not have the resources currently to offer options to the growing population of Indigenous learners who would like to pursue educational options at institutions mandated by their First Nation, by their community, and delivering services and curriculum in ways informed by Indigenous knowledge systems and connected to a community. The next observation I'd make is that non-Indigenous institutes and colleges and universities have benefited from investments over decades that build assets that allow them to serve non-Indigenous populations. These non-Indigenous institutions built their wealth in part through colonialism, and their existing assets are part of a legacy of colonial practices, which continue to deliver intergenerational benefits to non-Indigenous students today. The next observation I'd make is that the strategic objective of the current government and many provincial governments is to move away from burdensome delivery of programs and application-based funding by federal departments and to transfer responsibility to Indigenous organizations and institutions. That's happening in a number of different ways, not as quickly as any of us would like, but that is a clear commitment of not only the government of Canada, but many provincial governments as well. And the federal and provincial governments, along with First Nations, Inuit, and Métis, have been taking steps on self-government on education, including the Regional Education Agreements, the Indigenous Languages Act, the Act Respecting First Nations, Inuit, and Métis Children, Youth, and Families, all of which are meaningful steps. But again, as Arnold mentioned this morning, the post-secondary education piece of that has not been as prominent. And that needs to be an important pillar of this conversation of the transfer of responsibility over to Indigenous peoples, Indigenous organizations, and Indigenous institutions. The final observation I'd make in this first section is that the federal government and Indigenous people have just completed a 3-year engagement process, which many of you have been involved with, to define regional post-secondary education models consistent with self-government and inherent and treaty rights. And that process has come to an end. People have engaged in good faith, and it does strike me as being the time to move forward with equitable, predictable, and core operating funds for Indigenous post-secondary education institutions in the country who are ready to take on those responsibilities. So the second thing I'd want to talk about today, as I highlight the report, is it has been well documented that improved outcomes for Indigenous people in Canada in post-secondary education will have significant and positive impacts across many dimensions. These include, and what the report talks about is incomes, economic growth, impact on government's fiscal position, positive impacts on social determinants of health, a whole bunch of other things. The previous research is clear, and the panels this morning, and I'm sure this afternoon, will talk about how Indigenous control of institutions and programs leads to greater success. In Ontario, where we undertook this report, the graduation rates for Indigenous institutes are significantly higher. The success rates are significantly higher. The experiences are, in general, significantly better than in non-Indigenous institutes. The business case outlines, and again, people did this much better than I will now, or than probably the report does, but all of the reasons why this is the case. The approach of lifelong learning, of trauma-informed services, of holistic approaches, of community and family delivery of supports and services, the connections to family, land, and community, the focus on the whole learner, building strong people as well as students, the importance of Indigenous knowledge systems and land-based teaching, and traditional knowledge and engagement of elders and knowledge keepers, community engagement, connection to local employers. All of these things are important, and all of these things have been discussed over the course of the day. And the report kind of outlines why and how Indigenous institutes deliver more positive outcomes and deliver success. The higher completion rates that we see in Ontario, the Ontario government reports completion rates in Indigenous institutes over 80%, which is significantly higher than one would find in non-Indigenous institutes for Indigenous or non-Indigenous learners. In my view, this is attributable to the approach that the Indigenous institutes take that was discussed this morning. And likewise, the content and delivery of curriculum at non-Indigenous institutes does not consistently serve the interests of Indigenous learners. As we heard this morning, many non-Indigenous institutions are evolving and changing and responding with real actions to the TRC's call, and all of that is good. But, as Maurice discussed this morning, the Indigenous institutes possess cultural awareness and that non-Indigenous institutes do not, which contributes to more success. And I also really appreciated the comments from Heather earlier on this issue and her personal experiences with this. So the case that Indigenous institutes deliver success and positive impact is really clear based on the approach and model that you used. And then the final thing, the third section I wanted to talk about today, is that the report outlines the model and estimates that we used. So the business case for core equitable funding for Indigenous institutes assesses, again, just to be clear, the 7 members of the IIC. We looked at the broad goals of economic development, inclusive economic growth, building strong Indigenous communities and progress on self-government, and more specifically looked at success in PSE, labor market participation, income growth, impact on the Canadian economy, and impact on the federal government's fiscal position. We used the findings of a lot of previous studies, and the business case estimates the returns that would accrue from core and equitable funding of the 7 members of the IIC over the next 2 decades. These also include capital investments to accommodate growth. Again, as was discussed, I think, as Maurice highlighted, the importance this morning of infrastructure investment. I undertook 2 different models this is kind of what I used to do as a researcher. I did lots of data work. So I do have some expertise in some elements that are relevant for this discussion. As people here know, these models always have lots of assumptions. You could build them in all kinds of different ways. People can poke at them in all kinds of different ways, say you should have had this assumption or that assumption. So we did two different models, one which assumed gradual increases in core funding to accommodate growth for Indigenous institutes of 5% and 10% over the next number of years to accommodate a growing number of learners that Indigenous institutes could then serve. We also kind of estimated a second model, which assumed gradual closing of graduation rates between Indigenous and non-Indigenous students. What I found surprising, because you plug in all these numbers and generate results, and you expect people will criticize them and say your assumptions are all wrong. But the two models with different assumptions came out with very different overall estimates, which is interesting to me. So based on current data and the assumptions we used, increasing PSE outcomes for Indigenous people in Canada through gradual increases in funding and gradual increases in enrollment at, again, just the 7-member Indigenous institutes who are members of the IIC would lead to over 40,000 new skilled workers, at least $4.5 billion in additional GDP in Canada, and a more than $30 billion positive impact on federal balance sheets over the next 20 years. So the analysis concludes that the overall economic impact of stable core investments delivered in ways consistent with treaty and inherent rights and self-government to Indigenous post-secondary education institutions produces a return of at least 3 to 1 per dollar invested, but the return is likely significantly higher and will continue to grow exponentially in the future for many of the reasons that we talked about this morning. You know, as Sherri discussed this morning, the kind of economic analysis I performed in this study is limited and narrow. There are a whole series of other benefits that accrue from strong, stable institutions in communities. Connection to local community, ability to have anchor institutions which do local procurement, which support entrepreneurship, which do local hiring, which build other kinds of programs like micro-credentials, which support business formation, which provide spaces for community gathering and the delivery of services, which address issues of social determinants of health, which provide social, spiritual, and psychological well-being. All of these things are part of the role and impact that Indigenous institutes provide, and none of those are measured in the report or the model, which highlights that the report and model significantly understate the positive long-term impact of core, stable, equitable funding to Indigenous post-secondary education institutions. I appreciate everyone's time. I'll just conclude by saying that the clear conclusion from this report was that core equitable funding of Indigenous institutes is an investment that pays economic, social, health, and psychological returns over multiple generations and is significantly higher than any expense that would come from this. The conclusion of the business case to me is clear that if all Indigenous learners had access to PSE delivered through an Indigenous institute mandated by their community, the benefits to communities, to learners, and to Canada as a whole would be significant. So I'm very humbled and grateful that I've been able to be here today and contribute a small piece to this dialogue. I'm looking forward to continuing to learn this afternoon. And very much this morning, a lot of the comments reinforced, I think, some of the conclusions that are in this report and added nuance and context that I think is really important. And I urge people to take a look at the report and download it, and feel free to engage with the IIC or me on the contents and findings. So thank you very much. guess so. I don't mind taking questions.
We have microphones on all tables.
And we have a question at the back, and then also we have some virtual folks if they want to send something in through the chat.
Thank you. Is it on?
Sorry, is it on there?
A little yellow light should pop on.
Matthew, thank you very much. The reason you're here is our MC's talked about braided learning, two-eyed seeing. We need brothers and sisters from everywhere to work on these issues. So welcome. Can you, first of all, what relation are you to Michael?
So can I tell you a funny story? So some people may know Michael Meendelsohn, who has written about Indigenous education, used to be at Caledon Institute, was a public servant in Ontario. He's no relation. We spell our names differently. However, people confuse us all the time. And there was a period when I was getting his checks from a policy institute. Because I did work for them as well, and they were sending all of the checks. It was IRPP, which is a public policy research organization, and he did work for them. And I was getting all his checks, and he called me, and that was the first time we ever met. And I returned the check, so we've been friends ever since.
Well, as long as he didn't get the bills.
Well, he was getting my T4s, so it was even worse for him.
So a couple of questions. I'm going to put all three together and then you can just get to them. So this was just on the 7 Indigenous institutes in Ontario. So could this be extrapolated to Canada to the other 40? I think there are 47 Indigenous institutes. So that's sort of one question. Number two, what's the number? What's the dollar amount that would close or that would address this funding gap? And was there, you know, you talk about gradual increases for core and stable funding. Was there any consideration that there's a gap to begin with to close? Then you can have gradual, progressive year to year. So was there some analysis about this is the gap just to get everybody floor up to the same level? And what are the differences between and among institutions? Because all institutions are at different stages of development and different stages of capacity. So you could argue that some actually need more of a boost just because of their stage. So a multitude of questions, if you can touch on
There are a multitude of questions, but I think I can touch on them all. I mean, the model and estimates were for the IIC and the 7 members. My own view is that a lot of the issues and considerations would be similar across the country, but I didn't want to speak for those, but I would certainly encourage people to take a look at it, replicate it, see how it applies in their own situation. Second, in terms of the, an initial influx of funding to kind of close the gap. I mean, part of the reason, and I speak as someone like does public policy, who has done program delivery and budgeting, a huge influx of funds before an institution can accommodate that can present its own challenge. You need time to do student recruitment, recruit faculty, develop curriculum, find institutional space and build infrastructure. So I take your point. There is an existing gap that needs to be filled, but at the same time, one wants to fill that not by a huge influx of cash on day one, but so that organizations can plan. That's my assumption. And I would think that that would be an assumption of a funding organization. The question about what the number is, I don't want to say it because I'm forgetting it at the moment, but we had.
It's the most important question.
But it's not in this report. So we had done an initial report for the IIC coming out of the 3-year engagement process on the regional model. So we had undertaken engagement across Ontario with members of the IIC and produced a report coming out of that. And in that report, there are estimates, and those can be downloaded. I just don't want to say it because I haven't looked at it in a while, so I don't want to just say the number. But again, there are different ways of approaching these, and I 100%, I know why people want a number. In that report, we talk about ranges, we talk about different kinds of assumptions. There are things that I don't know, and I'm not sure that necessarily the leadership of communities or the institutes know, like today, like how many more students would we be able to accommodate in September, and what does that mean, and how much do each things cost? There are huge data issues that you would be familiar with, about how students are counted. So there are lots of uncertainties that I think it's important to be realistic about. The way funding models work for post-secondary education is it's funding per student, and how different institutions count students is different. So there are a whole bunch of uncertainties and ambiguities, but that report provides variety of different ranges, and I think it's a great place to start. In Ontario, which I know better, the Ontario government provides core operating grant and now small capital grant to Indigenous institutes. So that's obviously a place to start if the federal government wanted to be, matching or adding and delivering funding in a way not grant-based and application-based, but consistent with, with self-government. I know Guy is stuff.
You're done.
I'm done.
That's great.
Thank you.
Round of applause. I have a question. I have a question too, but Mike, just quickly, Michael, are you Jewish?
I am.
Because we have a couple things in common. I'll get into that. Yes, your question. We're supposed to start the panel in 2 o'clock, so I'll give you a couple of minutes. Is this a question for Michael?
Yeah, Matthew.
Matthew. Well, that's
send me Michael's check and we're good.
I'm going to say my middle name is Matthew. And then for the purposes of my check, my last name is Meendelsohn, but it's almost the same spelling.
I add.
Thank you, Matthew, for the presentation. It was very interesting. We want to talk about the economic impact of the post-secondary education. So I think you have a good the contribution of the PSC in the Canadian GDP, 30 billion. I don't know if it's a forecast or for a specific year. The question is that because we contract a student to start coming last year, the report was released on August 29 this year on the Indigenous people economic account. That was the first time that we estimate that that information, because with the economic Indigenous people as economic account, we have a good idea of the contribution of Indigenous people on the Canada GDP. The estimate on 2020 was around 49 billion. That was the total of the contribution of Indigenous people in Canada on the Canadian GDP in 2020. That because there was a decline of 10% due to COVID-19. In that study, if we found maybe a decomposition by industry, by sector, you have all the sector. I think that is a good thing to see what we estimate, maybe with education, to see if you are focused, aligned with that, with the result we have done with that kind of thing. That is the first. The second thing is about, I think that we have this morning a presentation of one of our panelists about the remoteness, because we saw that a lot of Indigenous community are remote. It was 49 communities are remote. At this moment, we are working with a community like 9, because we have to fund the child family services. Now we are working to develop how we can adjust the remoteness. I don't know if you are model, you take into account the remoteness when you elaborate your model. That is.
Thank you very much. Are you at StatsCan or?
No.
No, okay. Okay. So thank you for that. I will go very quickly, Guy, on it's distracting if you're doing that though. First, the numbers there are aggregate over 20 years. So the number you're referring to, my guess is it is a yearly contribution. So the numbers aren't strictly comparable, whereas mine is a cumulative over 20 years. The second is the new release of StatsCan data is going to be really helpful. I did not use that. that obviously just came out a few weeks ago, and this report has been kind of locked down for a while, and I didn't want to redo everything, but I encourage people to do that. And third, in the earlier report that we did for the IIC yesterday on estimating what the gap is and what is necessary for equitable funding from core operating grants, we consider a whole series of different variables, and one of those variables is remoteness, and how one would include, I mean, these in my language, a multiplier for remoteness to accommodate travel and distance. So the remoteness quotient, which is used in a lot of educational funding models. So in Ontario, the grants for students in K to 12, non-Indigenous, has a remoteness quotient that, so there's kind of models and formulas and all kinds of calculations that people do. These are all contested, but in the earlier report, we tried to be comprehensive and very open to comments, criticisms, suggestions on how to improve it.
Thank you. Okay, so we got some panelists that we're expecting up here. So Kelly Lendsay, come on up. I'm looking for Norma Sunday and Adam Hopkins, and we've got Madahbee Leach so joining us virtually. In addition to sharing a middle name with Matthew Meendelsohn, we also share, he taught at 6 universities and I went to 6 schools. So we have that in common too. Do we have Dawn?
I'm here.
Hi, Dawn.
Hi.
So I'm not supposed to read this out loud? No, okay.
You will later.
All right. So yeah, good to see you there. So we are going to begin the third panel up until about 3:15. And that's how I get played in. I used to get played into Jump from Van Halen, but it was a little bit too hard for some people. Yeah, lights will flicker. So this panel is called How Indigenous Post-Secondary Education Institutes Support Lifelong Learning in Local Labor Markets. You might need longer titles for some of your next few panels if you want. The goal of this one is to outline how Indigenous institutions play an important role in working with local employers and responding to labor market needs. And so there are some questions here, and they sort of range from how is the community engaged with post-secondary institutions at your institution, or post-secondary education, pardon me. What role does local government and do local employers play in program delivery? And how does a connection to the community and local employers help to set students up for success? So we're going to go on those questions after we do the introductions, and we try to keep it to about 5 to 7 minutes each. And who wants to go first? There you go. That's Norma. She's with the my Mohawk these days is not great, but Akwesasne Education and Training Institute. That's English. Sego.
Don? Okay. Sego, Sewakwego, Tigakwita Yungyats. My name is Norma Tarbell Sunday. I am from Akwesasne, Mohawk of Akwesasne, born and raised there. Akwesasne, for those of you who don't know, it's only about an hour's drive from here, but it's split geographically by this imaginary line called the 45th parallel. So we are in supposedly the US, supposedly Canada, supposedly Quebec, Ontario, and New York State. And so I say New York State last because I was, that imaginary line is, my parents lived about a mile south of it. So I'm American born, raised, educated, university, St. Lawrence University. So if you hear me speak and I say miles or Fahrenheit, you know, I was saying it last night, I was trying to convert to Celsius last night. But that's what's going on. And that's actually a fact of life for all of us, Akwesaslono, for all of us people who live there. And so we are quite accessible. Like I said, we're probably, I'd say an hour's drive east, you know, we're in Montreal. And so all of us people at Akwesasne, we're actually, we have to live with that as well as living with our own I guess, being Mohawk and our identity there. So we have a lot of outside influences, but yet we also have internally all our own. You know, we have a lot. I'm glad to say here that other people throughout the day have been mentioning on their territory. You know, there's other things there. And what we have at Akwesasne, we do have Roman Catholic Church. We have 3 longhouses. We have quite a bit of, oh my gosh, we have, well, actually Akwesasne was founded as to be a Christian Mohawk community. So we do have the other churches there, the Methodist, the Baptist, and like I said, the 3 longhouses. And my aunt is a Turtle Clan mother at Akwesasne, and my uncle is a faith keeper at Akwesasne. So at Yohahio, we have all of these influences that are pushing us, and we have a lot of Mohawk ironworkers as well. And we have a lot of men and families who travel and then return and bring that outside influence to us. However, we are also our own distinct being. And we did apply to IASC for our recognition. And we had to try to explain all that in IASC. It was quite the chore. It was really grateful to have a consultant help me do that. So it was difficult to do. But again, Akwesasne, we're actually fairly large. We're over 11,000 people right now. I've heard that we're either the second or third largest community in Canada. I don't know which one it is. I know first is Six Nations, of course, and then it's supposed to be us. I'm still not sure, second or third. But again, one nice thing about Yohahio is that we do have a lot of our own people that we are able to educate, and we do that, I hope, quite well. Actually, I've only been there 4 years. I used to work prior to that. I used to, I'd say it was 16 years. I was the post-secondary administrator at Akwesasne, and I sent Akwesasne to school, colleges, universities around the world, in New York State, the United States, all across Canada. I was really, really grateful to do that. Very fulfilling to see all of our young people come back, and a lot do come back to Akwesasne, because we need all of these people we grow our own. I like saying that we grow our own professionals, and at Yohahio now we get to help educate our own professionals. So Yaon Goa for your time.
Thank you. Yeah, we have we'll have Adam Hopkins. I know the acronym FNTI, First Nations Technical Institute. Then it'll be Kelly, and then we're going to turn it over to Don virtually. So Adam, then Kelly, then Don.
Thanks, Guy. Benishik to Irene for our opening and keeping us on our feet with your questions. So that's much appreciated. To Guy and to Amos, and I just want to acknowledge the IIC for the invitation as well today. So I'm happy to be here and represent FNTI. So Kula Malsi, Akataka Indigenous Ilanapilakuid and Donjaba. Mishkena Dodum. My name is Adam Hopkins. I'm from FNTI, formerly First Nations Technical Institute. I'm the Senior Vice President Academic, and I've been there about 6 years. I'm going to start with saying something treasonous, I think. Not a hockey fan, never cared for it. And I'm glad to come out and say that. I know I've got a couple of clapped hands back here. So unfortunately, my son started skating, started can skate last week, loves it. So I think I'm going to end up being a hockey dad anyway, so which is fine. So I've been at FNTI for 6 years, like I mentioned. FNTI is one of the larger institutes in Ontario. We're one of the oldest. I'm not going to say that we're the oldest because I don't know if 100%, but we're one of the oldest. We're located in or headquartered in Tyendinaga Mohawk Territory, but we deliver programs all over the province. This year, we've got about 470 students in a number of different programs. Currently, we're partnered with Canadore College in Ontario, Toronto Metropolitan University, Queen's University, and Laurier. And we deliver 11 different programs currently that are partnered with existing mainstream institutions in the province. We are in our 36th year. we have grown pretty substantially and have changed pretty substantially since our beginning 35 years ago. We actually started off as a very technically oriented institution. We trained people how to build computers and how to use them. We offered casino dealer programs in the beginning. And then we've since transitioned into what we offer currently, focusing on the helper programs like social service worker, mental health and addictions, early childhood education, Bachelor of Social Work, and aviation is kind of the one that's outside of those helping professions. At the moment, we are currently developing 9 different baccalaureate level degrees. So we're hoping to be submitting very shortly, imminently in fact, our Bachelor of Indigenous Social Work program. Next would probably be a Bachelor of Indigenous Justice, and then midwifery after that, and potentially Indigenous Sustainable Food Systems. I'm really happy to see my colleagues from NIAB here. Hi, Jeanette. Good to see you in person again. We've gone through the NIAB process in terms of accrediting through a regulatory body our social work program. And that's a big area of focus for us right now, is developing all those programs. In addition to that, we've got 21 micro-credentials that are under development at the Institute. That's our kind of piece that's allows us to be very responsive to labor market needs, community needs. And so that's a really big area of focus for us as well right now. The last thing I wanted to talk about is what I guess distinguishes us from other mainstream universities and colleges in the province and right across Canada. And there's a couple of things I had mentioned there. It would be our delivery model. So when we came into existence, we started thinking about who are the underserved community members in Tyendinaga, in other communities across the province. And we started thinking about, well, you know, those folks don't necessarily have space and are not supported well in existing mainstream institutions like universities and colleges. And so what do we need to do to think about how we deliver programming to best support them and make sure that they've got supports all around? So one of the things that we've been, I guess, working on is our delivery model, which we call the intense professional mode. So every, our students are enrolled in, let's say, a 2-year program. They would follow an existing academic semester. So they'd start in September, end in April, restart in September the next year, and in April. But the big difference is that they're in 1-week intense modes. So once a month, they take a full course over the course of 5 days straight. And then they have 3 weeks off, and they come back for another week the following month. And that allows our typical demographic of student, which is our typical profile of student is a 36-year-old Anishinaabe student who is usually a woman, is usually working full-time, and usually has family commitments. So that type of model allows that type of learner a different option in terms of going to a university or college full-time. It allows them to work. It allows them to maintain their family commitments and allows them, most importantly, to stay in their community. And then the other piece that I'm probably close to my time here, but the other piece I wanted to talk about really briefly is our braided learning and healing model. So all of our students are supported by 3 different people in the classroom. They're supported by an instructor, obviously, a cultural advisor who is a knowledge keeper, and a student success person. So all 3 of those people go out into those community deliveries wherever they might be across the province. Right now, we're technically virtual, but we'll be going back to in-person delivery soon. But those 3 people are in the classroom. Ideally, they're from the community that they're delivering in. So let's say we're in Bikajwanong or Walpole Island. Ideally, we hire an instructor, a cultural advisor, and a student success person who is Anishinaabe, who is from Bikajwanong, and is supporting those 3 students in that delivery. And that's relatively unique because that allows that classroom to be filled with place-based knowledges, place-based learning, and it allows the students to really see themselves in the delivery, in the curriculum, and in the staff that are teaching. And it really tends to raise up those folks that are in that delivery. So I think I'm pretty close to 7 minutes, so I'll stop there. And
Thanks. So next, he's got his own timer, Mr. Kelly Lendsay. That'll never happen, Kelly.
Great, folks. Kelly Lendsay, President and CEO of Indigenous Works and founder and CEO of Luminary, an initiative to advance Indigenous innovation. Great to be here on unceded Algonquin territory. Elder, thank you for the spirit and moving us towards one mind. My traditional name is Kisakakawitak, Keeper of the Skies. My hockey story is, does the name Freddie Sisakamoose mean anything to you? First Indian in the NHL. You should download the audiobook, and it's narrated by Willie Littlechild, and you will laugh and you will cry. So there's my book reading tip, and the book's called They Call Me Indian. Big shout out. This is a well-organized event, and the people behind the scenes, I just want to give a shout out. I woke up this morning and there it was, welcome Kelly, breakfast will be, and I'm going, man, we're really taking this up. And that's Jake Jameson. Let's give him a round of applause. And I've never, I got to see two MCs, two old bulls like me still in the game. Amos and Guy, you've done a great job today moving this along. Thanks very much. It's just been great.
Just kidding.
I want to say thanks, Rebecca. Your leadership. When I got the call and the invitation, I moved things to be here. Because you don't know that President Maurice Manyfingers and I have been working for 2 years to try and get Luminary in this whole discussion on Indigenous innovation in front of presidents across this country. So thank you to you. I think that we're on the cusp of some really big things that I want to share, and I will talk about labor markets and we'll talk about innovation. But I've heard a lot of people refer to WINU, World Indigenous Nations Higher Education Consortium. But what you don't know is the Vice Chancellor, Rongo Watari, is right here in the room, my friend, right back there. Rongo, please stand. Rongo Watari, the Vice Chancellor of WINU, is right here. Let's give him a round of applause. And his partner, Marcia. Great, Marcia. And what you may or may not know is Rongo founded the first university in New Zealand, the first Maori university. I always bugger up this Tawawanga. How's that? It's a polite elder nod there. Okay, so listen, when it comes to, today I was listening and I heard things like Sherri from Blue Quills talking about how do we approach economy? How do we develop advanced degrees? Roxanne talking about how do they accept our certificates? Shawn, how do we choose to see people, communities, and identities? And I think in terms of my remarks, I want to just highlight some labor market findings. Oh, there goes some notes, which I brought, and then talk about this challenge I see that we can tackle innovation together. Oh, Jesus. Oh, thank you. Thank God I got this female help again, leadership. All right. So here's what's happening. And I was very interested in Mr. Meendelsohn's comments in terms of labor markets. But look, we know that 25% of the jobs are going to be disrupted in the future, major disruptions. Half of them will significantly undergo competency changes. What's the number one competency that's going to be needed by everybody? Digital fluency. So what are we doing in our institutions to lead digital fluency? Global competitiveness is going to count on things like competencies around cultural awareness, language, and adaptability, which is where I think our people will succeed. The jobs of the future are going to require judgment, decision-making, managing people resources, which really perhaps is not that new, but I think it just underscores the labor markets are changing. You hear about blended workplaces, hybrid workplaces. I think it's opening up opportunities for Indigenous people, First Nations, Métis, Inuit, and rural communities in this country who are going to be able to work from their homes and get job opportunities, especially in government, as well as with our own Indigenous governments and businesses. So I see opportunity, not problems with this, just the opposite. I think our education systems aren't ready for this change. How do we then get ready? So after, you've been around 37 years, isn't that something? Our organization, Indigenous Works, was founded out of Royal Commission on Aboriginal People. It's one of the 440 recommendations. 25 years will be our silver anniversary. It'll match my hair color.
That's true. I know me had brown hair.
Yeah. Longevity is not the strength on Indigenous organizations, with the exception of you. You folks, many of you have been building institutions for a long time, and you have brought stability to communities. What I want to talk about is Luminary and this new initiative. We have a network of over 150 partners, 88 universities and colleges, over half the business schools in Canada, and I want to address the engagement gap, the research and innovation engagement gap. Have you heard of the Global Innovation Index? Switzerland's 1, Sweden 2, US is 3, Canada's 117, and the Republic of Malawi is 117. Where's Malawi? It's in Africa. If you look at the characteristics that describe the state of innovation in the Global Innovation Index for Malawi, there are 4 things. They have a poor, undeveloped science and innovation culture. The collaborations and cooperation are not in place yet. They have a lack of Indigenous or African researchers, and they are experiencing significant power imbalances. So I think that's where Indigenous innovation ranks, is around 117. We have a huge hurdle here, and yet our people have been the original innovators. The canoe, the bunk beds from your people, the longhouse in yours. Medicine, syringes, birth control, 2/3 of the world's stuff, food stuff. We've been innovators. So Luminary is this network that's going to bridge and address this Indigenous innovation gap. I want to see more Indigenous masters and PhDs in business, just like we have in law, social work, and nursing, and so on. How many Indigenous business PhDs are there in this country? About 5. How are we going to build innovation without these connections and supporting our own business and management schools at Indigenous institutions? Finally, let me just throw out these things. We've got this network and it's growing. The universities and colleges in this country are engaged in innovation because they have a vice president or provost of research and innovation. I don't think a single one of those exists at our 47 Indigenous institutions across this country. That's why I asked Mr. Meendelsohn about how do we, not gradual, how do we leapfrog? If we're going to be in the game, one of the things I'm going to advocate for with Luminary is 47 vice presidents or provosts of research and innovation, so we can grow and pull research towards our institutions, and we can collaborate with mainstream universities and colleges, because it is about partnerships. That's point 1. Point 2, there's hundreds of millions of dollars of research funding that goes from NSERC, SHERC, SEER, Innovations Canada. Man, I'm learning something about innovation every week, and not a dime is going towards Indigenous institutions, and certainly not towards enough towards Indigenous economic priorities. So my focus is generally on, you hear my focus is on business or economic reconciliation. I want to pull funds towards economic reconciliation. And that's why when I reached out to Rebecca and the CEO of Six Nations, I want to obviously create well-being, jobs, and economic innovation. Third point, the approach to how we do research needs to change. And so how are we going to do that? We have to get people together talking about our approach, starting with a foundation of relationships is where we start. Fourth is that we now have Rebecca Jameson, Six Nations. We have a Nicola Valley Institute. We have WINU, and we have our next speaker, Don Madahbee, who runs Wabatech as partner. So I extend an invitation, learn about Luminary. I'll share the strategy with you and would invite your institutions to get involved. Lastly, we've been doing research with Indigenous masters and PhDs. We've been interviewing them, doing sharing circles to hear about their career and their education experience. We're about over 30. And you know what everyone has said to them? Said to us at the start? No one has even asked me. It's like we've forgotten about engaging them in their own career. We've heard the good, the bad, the ugly. If I knew what a PhD was all about, I would have never done one. To, I had great support, to my supervisor won't let me use the word genocide, to, I mean, we've heard it all. But it's about how do we create even more pathways. And finally, as I wind up, guys, is that this whole area of, if we're going to create Indigenous innovation and achieve well-being, what's well-being? There's a well-being movement globally. Everyone talks about Jacinda Ardern in New Zealand, and a lot of, and all these well-being measures that go well beyond GDP. And it has a lot of Maori principles already built into it. but there's 22 other nations. You know who it started with? The King of Bhutan. And one day he famously said, the gross national happiness of my people is more important than the gross national product. He was 17 years old. And that's what created the happiness index. And people started to say, well, how happy is a nation, is a community? One of the things is, what do we mean by well-being? And what do we mean by well-being, not just with First Nations, Métis, Inuit, but with the Choctaw, the Haida, the Hopi, our Australian, our New Zealand brothers and sisters. So those are the kinds of things that I think we're going to work towards. I want to see more research done on labor markets, Rebecca. We should be analyzing what's happening with labor market trends. People under 25, over 45, the psychometrics. We don't commission our own research. And yet we're talking about labor markets today. And I think there are changes happening. You know, these elders, I keep saying, Indigenous people are faster adopters of social media, generally. They're all on I don't use Facebook, but they're all on
Check your
Facebook.
timer though while you're actually.
They're all on Facebook. They're all on Facebook. And in conclusion, yeah, they're all on Facebook. And I call it the talking stick on steroids. And but if we could actually measure this and quantify it, I think it would sort of hold up the hypothesis that yes, indeed, we do adopt and use social media and apps and all this other jazz. But that's about reclaiming our economies and going ahead with an innovations agenda. Thank you very much.
There you go. That's very go. Yeah. Finally, sorry. Don Madahbee, Leach from Wabatek. Good to see you, Don. I hope you're still there. My computer is not here.
Yes, can you hear me? Hello?
Hi there. I can hear you.
Okay, I just want to make sure I was getting a little feedback here, but okay, I'm going to proceed. Ani Bajou, Bidab and Dishnakas, Jijak Dodem, on Dekam the Conning Donjaba. I want to first say Jimmy Gwetch to the elder for opening the day in this session. And just to give you a little bit of background as to the work that I do, I'm currently the chair of the National Indigenous Economic Development Board. My everyday job is general manager of the Wabatek Business Development Corporation, a job that I've held for, well, it'll soon be 35 years. I've also, in regards to the education institutes, I was helped to start what is known today as Kenjigewin Tech on Manitoulin Island. My primary expertise, though, has always been finance and business and economic development. I really feel that to help Indigenous communities become more economically self-sufficient and to support those services that our people require, because we know we don't have enough funding at all to provide those services. So we need to ensure that we have the business and economic leaders to take us forward. We need more people with expertise in finance, business, and management. And we need to start young in the training of our young leaders now through all levels of education. I'm really impressed by some of the programming I've seen through the Paul Martin initiative to help our high school kids gain business skills, and it's just set aside for our Indigenous youth. But I always feel like when anyone studies in business and management and finance, they're really learning life skills, because you need all those skills in whatever job that you have. We need our people to also fully understand that not only our history, but they also need to know and understand our jurisdictional authorities so that we can implement and enforce our jurisdiction. Because if we don't know our legal authorities, which has been hard won through many, many court cases, then we rely on the authorities of the settler governments. We really need to take charge and have our own laws, legal frameworks based on our cultural systems. And all of our education must be based on our cultural teachings and principles and decolonized education systems for our people. I always think about high school training that we provided to our young people in the Manitoulin Island area, where we spent 2 weeks getting them job ready by helping them with customer service training, workplace ethics, personal finance, safety training. All of this we did, and but we infused all of it with cultural teachings. We started each day and each afternoon and ended each day with teaching from the elders. And it was so important to do that. And it really helped our young people and kept them engaged. They started to look forward to those teachings every day, but also the fact that they were gaining skills that could help them. And we took them on business trips so they could see other possibilities for work in their career. So in order to move forward, I think it's really important to collaborate and share leading practices amongst our communities and with our Indigenous brothers and sisters locally, regionally, nationally, and internationally. I wanted to talk about an effort that took place here in Canada to develop the National Indigenous Economic Strategy for Canada. This was, Kelly worked alongside me with this, but one of the things that we did is we collaborated with over 25 national Indigenous economic organizations. And when there was a recommendation for Canada to do an updated economic strategy for Indigenous people, we'd all been through that exercise in the past, and we said, no, this time we're going to hold a pen and we're going to develop this strategy ourselves. So the strategy was launched this year on June 6th and is available if you want to have a look at it. I think it would be helpful to the work that you're all doing. You can find the strategy on a website, niestrategy.ca. But we also collaborate as national Indigenous organizations on procurement and developing a definition for Indigenous businesses. But I wanted to talk about the fact that when you collaborate, you learn more. And currently, there's an agreement between Canada and New Zealand to collaborate. And I wanted to say that, Rongo, I hear you're in the room. I wish I was there to meet you. I've heard your name all over the place when it comes to models of education for Indigenous people. And I think it's important to know that this arrangement between Canada and New Zealand is in place so that our people can share with our Maori brothers and sisters some of the leading practices when it comes to education, economic development, language, and health in particular. So in order to move forward, though, we really need to build the capacity, especially in the areas I already mentioned. We can do this through collaboration, such as establishing our own institutes as centers of excellence, led by and for our people. We need to develop a national education center of Indigenous center of excellence to build on our successes. So this institute could produce case studies, undertake research that can be shared amongst our schools at all levels, and which can help inform policy and legislative changes. This institute could develop a database of verified Indigenous PhDs, board-ready individuals, track Indigenous education funding. As we know, we are underfunded. But having this type of data tracked for all of our Indigenous education leaders helps us to build the strong business cases that we need going forward in terms of taking control of our own education. We can't wait for government to do any of this work for us. We need to take the lead on this institutional development ourselves and create our own business case based on our own needs. So I'm just going to leave it at that for my opening comments, but I'm looking forward. And by the way, I'm so happy to see this collaboration of Indigenous education institutes and look forward to more collaboration going forward. Oh, one minor thing. I do have a hockey story. My husband is former NHLer as well. Some may have heard of him, Reggie Leach. And so hockey is a big part of our lives. Miigwech. Thank you.
Thanks, Don. And you'll be happy to know that the MP who was here and said he's going to get all the money in the world for everybody, he's a Flyers fan. Write that down. His name is Vance Badaway.
Oh, good to know.
Parliamentary Secretary to Indigenous Services Canada. So yeah, way to go. One of the things that struck me is that I was going to ask, my only question would have been, to Norma and wondering if Harold is a relative of yours. So he's one of the first guys I met when I came out here in 1986. And this guy had dark brown hair. But my point here is we're getting old. And it's good to see some young people in the room. And I think we need more young people to take up these leadership roles. And I want to circle back on the allyship thing and then the economic business case and the great work that was done by my twin there, Matthew Meendelsohn, in partnership as an ally with Rebecca Jameson's organization, because and my father and my grandfather and all the men before were Jews. And in that Jewish faith tradition, it was important for us to circulate our business amongst ourselves in those communities. And that we see that with the Indigenous community. And there's many great stories of how we can work more closely with these great minds and these great business leaders and allies like Matthew. So I think he needs another round of applause for all that great work. And if any checks come in the mail for you, for me, I'll send them over to you. And so it's a beautiful rainy day here in Ottawa, but all I've heard is great news coming and many, many suns to come. And so I want to know some of these connections in here. How can this labor market work? How can we get jobs? How, Kelly, what you said is critical. How tired am I of not getting a call from someone from Cross Lake talking to me about the Westin Hotel or the Royal Bank or selling me something online or helping me with IT. We've got people sitting around in homes with phones that work. Mind you, we've got places where there's no internet and broadband service. And so no wonder why we're 100 and whatever something. This is a great country. This is the greatest country in the world, I think. We've got the best of everything, right? We've got the best fish. We've got the best flowers, the greatest mountains. I come from a place where mosquitoes are the size of this microphone. We've got the greatest mosquitoes.
You have 2 minutes.
I have the greatest amount of time to speak. We have lakes that are so great. Hey, what do you call them? Great Lakes. Yeah. And so, let's get to work. Let's get people jobs. Let's get people educated. And that's where this country is really going to take off. And so the stage is set for that. And it's up to you to figure out how you're going to do that. How do you get people into these educations and professions? I have a question for everybody. Why are we still calling things Bachelor of, education? Why isn't there different names? Like in my company, we do things traditionally. If you're no good at it, work along someone who's good at it, and they will eventually become as good as them. Imagine coming home every night and saying, I missed by this much again. Be like, hey, you need to go hunt with so-and-so. They come home with something every day or catch a fish every day. So that's what learning is. That's what education is to me. And so how do you guys do that? Like, how does your community, how do you engage with post-secondary?
Well, I'll give you an example of innovation that would engage with every institution across the country. To your point about bachelor, maybe it needs to be the bachelorette program. I don't know, but we'll how many of you eat seaweed? Seaweed. Anyway, so I was asking our luminary partners about, do you have any subject matter areas where, innovation is happening? And this guy, Dr. Stephen Cross, says, well, I'm working with some First Nations in BC on seaweed. Did you know it's an $8 billion industry? Asia leads the way. It could provide 10% of the future food stuff. And which nation in the world has the most diverse species of seaweed in the world? Canada, 530 species. Who's got the least developed economy in seaweed and kelp? Canada. So as we got going on this, we said, well, let's do some knowledge webinars and just sort of put this out there to educate people about seaweed and kelp. We had over 100 Indigenous community leaders and businesses come on to learn about this sector. So here's an opportunity not to build a business, but actually to build an industry in Canada, where we could be building out seaweed and kelp. We could be providing food for everybody. It could be exported and all this good stuff. And to your point, it would create jobs. But where we need Indigenous institutions is no one actually knows what all the labor market requirements are of those jobs. What are the occupational codes? What are the skills? What are the trades, red seal trades that could come out of that? Blah, 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 blah. So it connects jobs to economic development to innovation. So that's what I mean by innovation. It's like the new fur trade. We need to say, and then he was working with a New Chalmette is a First Nations community, and but there's about 15 nations. And I said, well, what about the East Coast? And what about with the Inuit in the Arctic? So back in June, I was in Halifax. I had a meeting with Chief Terrence Paul. I said, Chief Paul, you guys just bought Seawater Foods. What about seaweed? I don't think we're doing anything on seaweed. Kind of interesting though. So this is what I mean by, I think this is where we tried to get ahead of economies, and you're hearing about critical minerals and artificial intelligence and drones and all these things. So I think part of the job creation comes from where are the changes in the economy? Where and how do we get out in front of those? You know, that chancellor is over here talking with the government in Newfoundland about hydrogen. Our people should be in these hydrogen discussions. Carbon markets. I don't know nothing about carbon markets, but I know people are kind of keen. And guess what? Lots of those trees, where are they? Native land. And there's this whole carbon market. So this is where I think the responsibility and the role I see is for Lumini to do that background research, bring it to our communities, figure out where and how we could go and where we could actually play and have research networks together and innovation networks. And ultimately, the jobs are going to come, but the jobs are going to have to go through you folks to give people the training, the skills, the education, and so on. So it will come full circle.
No, I'm way over half dead, but I'm really excited for the future. I mean, take a look at what might happen in the Ring of Fire with rare earth minerals. Of course, there's going to be concerns about the land and those roads that go in there on marshland, swampland, and places that are remote that way. But there's also clear crystal water running out of a lot of these communities, and yet they don't have drinking water. Like, you know, so sometimes the tail is really wagging the dog on this stuff. And what's going to happen in Ontario in the next 10 years if roads get pushed through to those communities and the economy starts to boom, and who's going to be doing what and for who? And isn't it time? And I don't like to think of this as a dirty word, but to profit on that so that we can pay for the happiness of our people and give them that what I heard earlier, equitable. Like, I don't think Indigenous people have ever wanted more. I'd be happy with same, you know, same roads, same internet, same housing, same healthcare, same doctors, same water. How do you complain about that as a country? You know, so I know that there's some other folks that want to jump in on that.
Yeah, I was sitting here looking at my notes, and that question being that and it made me think again of well, we grow our own, because what we need at Akwesasne, here's what we have at Akwesasne. We have 5 elementary schools. 1 is Mohawk language immersion. We have 4 Head Starts. We have 4 daycares. We have 3 clinics. We have 2 police forces. We have 2 elected governments. And in those elected governments, of course, you have all of the requirements that you need of the people to run them, as well as 2 social service programs, 2 long-term care facilities, 2 HR offices, you know, 2 economic development offices, 1 casino that Jake loves, and 2 hotels. Jake loves our casino. Come on now. So in addition, that's just at Akwesasne. That's on both the American side and the Canadian side. So we have all of these needs where we can, you know, certainly at Yohohio, we can certainly work with these people, and we do. These employers come to us, economic development offices come to us and say, how can we do this? Well, they help guide us, you know, choose our post-secondary programs. All of these managers of these programs as well, they do that. The elected government come to us. We reach out to our traditional government as well to help us and help our students connect to the spirituality and keep that there as well, our elders and our caretakers, because that's important. And because we just feel that by growing our own, only we can understand each other, you know, and that's very, very important for us. So we also have community members coming to us looking for education programs, because I think somebody else already mentioned it. You mentioned it, Adam. People want to stay in their own community. The older people do anyway. We find that those who are usually they have families already, or they just really have been out already and they do want to come back and they do want to just stay at home and learn. And the younger people, of course, they want to go away, and they do. And, you know, we bless them and wish them the best, and hope that they return, and actually encourage them to return to come and work for their own people. And I was in that same situation, you know, as well. I went to, like I told you, I was American educated. And when I honestly didn't think I would return, and I did, because I was able to find a position that I loved. And that's, we're aging out of the workforce. And so, you know, there's a lot of people who are retiring. We have retiring teachers, retiring Mohawk language speakers and teachers. And so luckily we're right involved. Yohohio is there to help, you know, train these people, get them started, including in the Mohawk language. So we're looking forward to that. You know, we do post-secondary, full-time, part-time. We have a literacy and basic skills program on campus. What used to be the Ministry of Labor, Trades and Skills Development, but I guess they just got renamed, which I don't know what it is. We also have a TR Leger alternative high school on site. And that's with the Upper Canada District School Board of Ontario. And I was just telling my table that we're doubling the size of our trades building at Yohohio. And that's in partnership with 2 other agencies. Yohohio doesn't have the funding to do that, of course, but we're very excited about that. And then we also have a pre-employment program where we get people who are maybe interested in that. Maybe they're not sure if they're going to like that, but then they come for a 6 to 8 week program and get some training in it, and then they get paid to go. And so the last pre-employment training we had prior to COVID was early childhood education, and our director of the daycares hired every single student. There were 12 of them. So we're really, you know, we feel that we're moving along a good path, and that's Yohohio's translation to English, a decent translation, the good road. And so we want to continue on that path, you know, for our community, and to keep the economy growing and there at Akwesasne, and just to keep it, keep the people working, and by training them all. And so that's what we hope to do. Okay, Yawa.
Thanks. Don, I can't see if you were wanting to comment. Don, over to you.
Hi there. Yeah, I know that if I can get you to repeat again, though, I've been going on different tangents, listening to the great responses.
Yeah, so we're looking for a couple of things sort of combined. You know, how is the connection to the community and local employers help set up students for success? And in that, and like, how do we get the education is one thing, but connection with others to get jobs and to push this along that lifelong learning?
Mm-hmm. Well, it's still the situation right across Canada where you can go into urban centers or rural townships where Indigenous communities are surrounding those areas, or a big population, and you still don't see our people working in the retail sector or the institutions, whether it's health institutions or justice or education institutions. You just see a small number that doesn't really reflect our regional populations in those areas. So it's still an issue. And how do we engage those in having our people employed? Well, it's a really difficult thing, because oftentimes we do have people with the right credentials to do that kind of work, to work in the health centers, to work in the justice institutions, and to work in the education institutions, but we still don't have the jobs unless it's a specific Indigenous set-aside job. I think it's a matter of trying to educate the communities on what we actually contribute to those regions. There's been some studies that show that Indigenous people contribute quite a bit to the local economies. If you look at I believe Atlantic Canada did a study. There was a study done in Manitoba, as well as Alberta, I believe. And in my region in Northern Ontario, we also did a study that showed what we contribute to just the Manitoulin region. I think people don't realize that they're reliant on our people to keep their own institutions going. So those institutions should be reflecting the Indigenous population. Those retail and service outlets should be reflecting the local regional population. In some areas, we make up close to 27% of the population. So 27% of the jobs should be set aside for our people. But we have to exercise our economic influence to let them know about that. So when you look at what the main industries are in a region, we should have a look and see how many of our people are working in those industries. And if the problem is that we don't have the qualified people, then that's where we need to focus on, is making sure we have people in the trades, in the service sector. I think but we also do have people. That's the problem. We need to look at possible mentorship programs to do that. And some of the ISET groups can help with mentorship or placement dollars to help with that. But it needs to be a coordinated approach. And that's why I always talk about collaboration. Each of the regions should really be collaborating. But if we haven't done economic leakage studies in some of these areas, we need to do that. We need to do one in Ontario for sure, to show Ontarians what we contribute. And we should show it by various regions of the province, so that people will understand that they rely on the Indigenous population for their success.
Thanks, Don. When you said 27% of the population and yet the 27% of the jobs aren't there, think to the territory of Nunavut that 23 years ago was promised representational everything. 70% of the population are Inuit. Do they hold 70% of the jobs in the Inuit Nunavut public service? Nowhere near. So who is accountable for that, even if it's promised, even if it's part of a new country, even if we've added a new territory? And so that's this question: what role does the local—
Can I add one more point to this too,
Sure.
as well? One is that our National Indigenous Economic Development Board did a study that showed what would it take for Indigenous people across Canada to be at the same education, employment, and income levels as other Canadians, or other people in Canada, I should say. And in Ontario, we needed just under 20,000 jobs for Indigenous people to be at the same employment level. So just under 20,000 jobs. That's doable if you break it up by region and helping people get into business, but also if every institution in business took responsibility to create those jobs. But if you look at regions like Atlantic Canada, it was less than 4,900 jobs is all that was needed. That's doable. These are all doable targets to reach for. So, just looking at that, then there's also the target on education levels and income levels that we would need to look at. But that's just an example in that report. And it's on our website for the National Board. Thank you.
Thanks, Don. And that sort of speaks to my question for the other panel members. What role does local government and do local employers play? I got a role. Where's Mike?
I got a role for our own Indigenous governments. Forget about the mainstream ones for a second. So we need to, I was at Six Nations a few years ago. They have one of the biggest wind parks in Canada. We're doing clean energy innovation. We have some of the best wind parks, solar parks. My friends in the Yukon, Chief Dana Turisma, they have integrated biomass wind park. We are leaders. We're doing things in clean energy. That's innovation. And, when you talk to some of these leaders, they say, we don't want another study on how we feel about reconciliation. We want to know how do thermal pumps work at -40 for 8 months of the year. That takes research funding. I think that are there any Inuit organizations here? Anybody from Inuit? I think we need to reach out and really, really work to be inclusive ourselves. So the Inuit, we need more Inuit students in that student study. If you know of any masters and PhDs, please contact me. But again, I think that First Nations, Métis, Inuit organizations, where and how can we work together? And where I think we're going to need political support is, I've been at this game over 30 years, and look, you have the title of president, and you know, I've known lots of people in the corporate sector. I can get into most boardrooms, but I've never experienced so many power imbalances in this academic world. We've done this for 2 years without a dime of federal funding. Can't get any money out of NSERC or SHRC because this wasn't a research project. They love the network, but they wouldn't fund the network. They love the fact that we built a strategy, but not a dime. So I think these institutions are building up their own capacity and their own empires, and they should. But at the same time, you have to support Indigenous institution building. So I think, Rebecca, well, the more I sort of get into this, the more I see we were shortlisted folks. And this is really exciting news. The federal government, I was a pain in their butt because they said, well, we don't know how to fund you. So to their credit, they came up with a new fund called the Strategic Science Fund. It's wide open for everybody. And we had to put in a letter of intent, which we did in January. Here's the great news. We got shortlisted. Only 35 organizations were invited to submit a full application. We submitted, and we're the only Indigenous organization out of those 35. We submitted a budget for 24 million over 5 years. Biggest thing I've ever done. Because I'm tired of doing things on low scale. I'm tired of doing a pilot and then the pilot doesn't actually scale up. And if we are going to get serious about innovation, we're going to have to bring resources to our communities to bring people together for meetings like this and so on. So that's where I think, Rebecca, to accelerate this, nothing like some political support from our own First Nations, Métis, Inuit political leaders to be pushing the envelope, and then with our mainstream politicians as well.
Thanks, Kelly.
Sure. Yeah. So I just wanted to go back really quick to that question you had about why are we calling them degrees, really quick, if you wouldn't mind. Yeah. So yeah, that's a good question. I've struggled with that as well. I know our friends from New Zealand have kind of gone a different route, but our approach in using that nomenclature, there's a couple of different reasons. And there's a good reason for me to talk about this too, but part of it is, we're at a point where the institutes we're all in different stages of growing, but, some of us are at the stage where we're developing research initiatives, we're hiring and expanding our capacity in our leadership teams and our faculty. And part of our approach has been, making sure that when students are entering or exiting the system, that they've got a clear pathway, right? I would love to use a Haudenosaunee name or a Anishinaabe name or a Mushkegowuk name for these degrees, and maybe we'll get there. And I know our friends in New Zealand have taken a bit more of a, I guess, bold approach in doing that. But our approach is, let's make sure that the training wheels are on. We'll make sure that our students have clear entry and exit pathways in the system, and that's the approach for now. There was something else I wanted to talk about there. Right. So the other piece of it is, our degree that's about to be submitted for accreditation, the Bachelor of Indigenous Social Work degree. When I first got the framework from the National Indigenous Accreditation Board and what we had to fill out for our application, yes, it's called the Bachelor of Indigenous Social Work, but man, it is completely different from any other social work degree in the country, right? For anyone who's gone through these accreditation processes and is familiar with them, that NIAB process and WINHEC as well, the WINHEC, organizational reviews, that's a fully grounded Indigenous perspective on how to think and talk about your programming. So yes, we're using that name, but it is not like a typical social work degree. It's grounded in Indigenous ways of knowing and being and understanding the world. And part of that approach is that, when we're thinking about developing those degrees, yes, there's elements that we have to incorporate to make sure that our learners can pass the regulatory requirements. But then all those extra pieces that all of our institutes do in providing the space so learners can work on themselves so they can be more full human beings, that's an additional piece. And that type of approach that the Indigenous institutes use and allowing that space for students to work on themselves, to be more full human beings, that's very unique. And that approach is not just actually my friend and colleague, Dr. Dan Longboat, the way he puts it, is that type of approach is not just great Indigenous education, it's great education, period, right? So that's that value add. I forgot what your second question was, so I'm just going to hand it over to Norma because I've lost my train of thought.
Yeah, I forgot it too. I've been listening to Adam. I'm sorry.
SAIT here, Saskatchewan Indian Institute of Technology. Anybody in the room?
Oh,
Can I say something?
Sure.
So you held a great event last week in Saskatoon on agribusiness. And they've also announced an incubator at the Indian Institute of Technologies. Riel Bellegarde, Tavia Liberty, she couldn't be here. But incubators are not new, but they're important as part of innovation. So I go back to, and I was saying to President Maurice here, is that how do we create some policy platforms to do things like, well, how do we create incubators across Indigenous institutions across this country? How could we, Rebecca, maybe create a policy platform for 47 vice presidents of research innovation? So I think there are some things that we could do to start to articulate what it would look like, how much it would cost, and what the impact would be, which is where Mr. Meendelsohn goes, right? And if we do that, I think we're going to, we'll start to get some traction.
I think I just remembered, I think the question was about what role do our local governments play in our institutes? I know at Akwesasne, we have, with the Mohawk Council of Akwesasne, there are 10 chiefs and a grand chief. And we do have 3 of those chiefs who hold the education portfolio. So in that education portfolio is our Akwesasne Mohawk Board of Education, as well as Yohahio. And so basically the role that we ask of them is, yes, to please lobby for us, get more support for us, do what you can to get more funding, not just for, all the elementary schools, but also for us to get that stable funding, that core funding. We educate them when they come to us before they go off to lobby, they say, what do you need? And basically it's Matt's report. And so now that we've launched it, I'm going to share it with them for sure. I've been waiting for the lunch. So thank you for that.
Thank you. And so the last question really was what Kelly had touched on. In what ways can you engage with all of the communities? Now, what does all mean in a country this diverse? And you heard Heather speak to that a bit earlier. The diverse population that exists within the First Nations also exists within the Inuit, and it exists within the Métis Nation, the historic Métis Nation. So how can you work with all communities and what that means? So
how can we work with all communities? Yeah, that's a good question. We've actually, prior to my coming to Yohahio, I've only been there 4 years. I know that we've reached out in the past. Actually, we do it now too. We share with the other communities in Quebec because we're actually Akwesasne is located there. Again, another imaginary line. We don't see it. We drive right through it. There is no border. We definitely reach out to all the communities there. Cornwall, actually, St. Lawrence College, we partner with them for some of our programs, and they've actually reached out to us to be able to send some of their students to us. And we do the same as well. So we are not, we're not behind closed doors. All of our doors are open. They've been open. And yeah, we, now that we're waiting on this fiber to the home. I'm sure everybody has these troubles with internet, but Akwesasne has really bad internet in Snai. We call it SNINet. And so, because it's so bad, but we're waiting on this fiber to the home. And in order to, COVID has slowed it up. And we're just, once we can get that in, then we can live stream our classes. We did get our D2L up and operational. And so we're just ready just to expand and go. And so just so that more people can take classes at Yohahio virtually and live. So pretty excited. So
that's an important geographic point that she's making. How many people know where Akwesasne is in relation to Montreal? I'm not mistaken. Montreal is known as Akwesasne's largest suburb. And yet they have everything, including high-speed internet and just over there isn't. And if you think it's bad in northern parts of the country, it's equally bad in some parts of Indigenous country that is close to a big city like Montreal. And that's also not fair, right? So what about the same internet? Imagine what would happen with the same internet. Just on that alone.
If I can maybe jump in here on the question, I'd appreciate that.
Go ahead, Don.
Okay, I just, I always, just like in any negotiation, to be successful, it's important that everyone have a common goal. What do they want to achieve? And there's so many commonalities amongst Indigenous people, and I'm talking about First Nation, Inuit, and Métis people, that there's common goals that we can focus on. And I would really like to see that happen. That would be so powerful when we look at education, to start taking over control of it. So there are our people doing that. And I think that's why I think something like a center of excellence involving all Indigenous groups could help with that. The case studies and research I spoke to earlier, because there's a lot of common issues, and that research could be done. The national organizations could then focus on those matters that specifically relate to whether it's the diversity of Inuit people or the diversity of Métis. But I think that there's so much in common, and if we had a center that we shared and did a lot of the case studies, there's a lot of work that can be applicable to all of the communities and all of the various diverse groups of Indigenous people that we could all benefit from. So I always, when we were looking at some of these things, I don't feel that we need to be separate in doing this. I just think it would be so powerful if we could work together and work on the issues of common concern together. And I understand, again, there's a need to focus on the unique needs of the different groups, but there's so many things in common that we could do together. And it would be my wish that that would be the best way. Do some collaboration. To me, I've seen the power and strength of collaboration. And it really, I think sometimes startles the external government when we are able to do that. And we speak as one voice on major issues. So I just wanted to put that forward. Miigwech.
Thanks, Don. So we have a few minutes left. So closing comments from the panel. Anything else to add? Yeah, we have about 5 minutes left here. Just
I guess I'll just close with just responding to that last question. When I think about engagement, relationship comes to mind for sure first. I think any of our endeavors, our projects, degree development, whatever it may be, the success of those projects relies on the strength and depth and meaningfulness of the communities and organizations that we're working with, right? So I think about the word nimble and flexible also comes to mind. I think for a lot of the Indigenous institutes, that's kind of our mantra, is remaining, and the need to remain flexible and nimble. We spend a great deal of time managing relationships and developing relationships, and everyone in the Institute does this, right? But when it pays off is when we're actually developing programs like our suites of micro-credentials that are upskilling all of our folks in our communities, or degree programs that are meaningful and filling large employment gaps. That's when that all pays off, right? So I think that's it. I'll stop there. Nishik.
Thank you, Adam. Yeah, I without repeating what Adam said, those were my thoughts as well. But also, I do like the thought of the common goal, and yes, we are all different, and Akwesasne is very different than everybody else. But you're right, the common goal, the common concern, we have it. We have it as well. There's common ground there that everybody can see. I can see it, and And yes, I would definitely jump in and fight with everybody else for that same thing, for not just Yohohio, but for everybody else's institute as well. Yawa.
Thank you. I'm going to close with some remarks, but also try to answer that question about, I think, unity and getting people to work together. I think we should take a global approach. I think WINU and organizations like this that could provide the global framework or umbrella to pull all nations together. So that's sort of point one. Number two, I'm going to go to this elder, Irene, and invite her to be on our Luminary Indigenous Advisory Council. These elders sort of get the whole idea of inclusion and how we need to work together. So I want to continue to build that out. Blue Quills, who was speaking earlier today, the lady from Blue Quills, they hosted the World Indigenous Research Council Symposium last year that I spoke at. And I've spoken at the World Indigenous Business Forum hosted by Rosa Walker. So I think that we need to get even more organized in Canada, host more forums like this great forum today. And I think that we have to, yes, there's distinctions based, but not to the point that we alienate each other. So I like where Dawn was going, is that the National Indigenous Economic Development Strategy, you should download it. This was Indigenous led, Indigenous built, 16 months, meeting every 2 weeks, hundreds of hours, and then affirmed with 25 different national organizations across this country. So I think we're on the cusp of really doing things Indigenous led, Indigenous built, and working in cooperation and partnership with our brothers and sister organizations. But to Dawn's point, the center would bring economies of scale, economies of transaction, and it could do things. And so that's where I think we're on the cusp of, again, where and how can we collaborate, bring some sensibilities to, I think, program design. When I was down in Australia, there was this elder and she said, you know, they have dream times. You see this on some of them, but dream time. And she said, when you stop dreaming, you are lost. When you stop dreaming, you are lost. So, Guy, I think that all of these people here that work at our institutions, you are all in the dream business. You're helping people dream. And Sitting Bull said, let's put all of our heads together to see what we can do for all of our children. You folks are dealing with children, and you're raising them. And I think that this is an important responsibility. And when I say all of our children, I see the day where even mainstream kids are going to be going to Indigenous institutions like they have in the past, like Chinese students who have come over and now work inside some of our communities as the finance officer because they went to the First Nations University or SAIT. I think that we're on the cusp of some really important change. And I was just really honored to be invited. Thanks very much.
Thanks, Kelly. No, I have my own wired mic here, so I'm good. So yeah, I'm going to just riff off of Kelly's remark about dreaming. When I was a kid in Manitoba, there was a guy named Lionel Orlico. He was David Orlico's brother in the Winnipeg downtown. And his quote was, "A map without utopia is not worth looking at." So how beautiful is that? You know, what country is utopia or happiness? What does that mean? How do we get there? And then the other question I have is, who likes seaweed? Good luck with that. Oh, yeah. Good luck with that one, Kelly. Yeah. It's going to be interesting. So that's the end of this panel. So we're big round for the panelists. And then thank you, Dawn, for a virtual thank you.
Thank you very much.
There's supposed to be some other people coming up here for the last little panel, and I'm not quite sure how that's going to work. Are you moderating that one, or you want me to? Okay, I'll stay here. We need to get some people up here. So we've got a break. How long? 15 minutes. Don't be late, or Amos is going to go out there screaming at you.
We just hello. Oh, you got me on here? Yeah. Is it on? Well, I'll say it after, I guess. Hello. Never mind. Never mind. We'll say it later.
Congratulations.
Is that you? It's kind of like maybe some high ranking. Well, yeah. A little too complicated. It's about the reflection. I don't know. Most of the time it's okay. All right. And then Rebecca's with software coach. Yes. This one it dies. Also, a lot of you I can move it. That's we only set this room up 4 times yesterday, so getting muscles. That's right. Yeah, no, it's all good. All good. How do you think it's going, Jake? Find a place to plug this in, or something a little bit longer.
Find some. What's wrong with that, please?
Is there a plug in there? I couldn't see.
There should be behind. Maybe I'm wrong about that one.
The key bit is should.
It's plugged in somewhere, so it has to be up here.
Yeah, face to face.
This is the rigged one, isn't it?
What's that?
Because I need to get behind it.
Yes, that's I had to climb on the table yesterday. Let's do it again. Then I went through. All right. Close this. Trina, you're gonna put it. Yeah, the hook just go right there. I don't think button down is in. Oh, it's like. Oh no, there we go.
There we go.
Is that to turn into a tripping hazard?
Yes. Semi. Well, no. I don't know. Okay. There's no way to take it.
That's my 2 cents. 10 minutes. I think I'm here.
Yeah, I hear that.
Yeah. Is it just the iPad?
Or Ethernet cord in the bus.
I think combination has to be so
Okay, we'll have to make a note that just.
Can ask Andy to bring an extension?
I believe all the extension cords are down here. No, there, but I believe that the other ones are like wildly long. If you want to take a quick look for me, Emma, what's the meeting ID? It's all right. 860. Yeah. 6953. 4694. And then if you want to let it back in. Thank you. You got something longer? Yep. I think we'll just use both. Are we back to the not guided screen? This thing. Oh, there we go. Ah, great.
You don't want to come back up there?
I most certainly do not. That's
And I could just came with.
I'm gonna have to though.
Okay.
Because we can't just plug it in here, right? Yes.
Well, you could plug that into that instead. Plug that into that.
Let's hold that. You're gonna have to hand that to me. I'm gonna have to do that again. So hopefully nobody gets any cute ideas and swings the door open. Not that it matters because if I just broke that other one. So. All right, Shayna, you'll plug that red one in.
Plug the.
All right, there we go.
Yeah. Oh, did you want?
Oh no, actually that's fine. You can get rid of that. I thought it might be too short even.
No.
Yeah, great.
All right. We might. Yeah, we should take that.
Yeah, and we have to correct the projector from my first vote. So if you want to, okay, that was just my eye. No, no big deal. Yeah. Alright, so as long as nobody tackles this, then we're gonna be good. Okay. Yeah, so the last panel I'll actually do it, but I know that there's going to be an actual summary, and then there's going to be like question about what to do. Let me check and you'll find it. So yeah. We're back. We're back. We'll put another few minutes on this. Joining us. Hopefully I can read this.
Crank it up. Crank it up. All right, you guys, you ready to go home? Anybody listening? This thing on? So we've got we're at the closing stretch here. We have some reflections of the day, and we have 4 folks from today that are going to give their reflections. And we're going to call in a couple of participants, and just so that Rongo's ready. One of them is going to be Rongo, where you've heard his name mentioned a few times, and we would like your reflections perhaps at the end of this panel. Just no? At the end. Good, bad? Okay. So anybody else who has any reflections, he'll do it. Kelly says he'll do it. Yeah, don't talk as long as Kelly though, okay, Rongo? So again, I've met a couple of people here that were on the panel, but we have somebody else joining us new. And so I've got, and I think that's the names I've been giving. So I've got Lisa Nafziger. Yep. That must be you because I know these guys. And then Maurice Manyfingers, Jeanette Villeneuve, and Adam Hopkins. So let's start right here. We're going to go, I know we're on Algonquin territory, and there's a couple of differences between the Algonquins and the Mohawks. It's direction. And we would normally follow, yes? You can't hear me? The mic can't hear me? There you go. I'll crouch a little. Sorry about that. How's that? So when you celebrate in Algonquin, you go clockwise, and when you celebrate in the Mohawk traditions, counterclockwise. There's a couple of stories for that, and I won't tell them to you, but we're going to go this way because I'm tired. And he's right here. So over to you. It's Adam Hopkins. Is there a microphone? Is there a microphone? And then we'll just pass it down.
Okay. I didn't hide long enough from Jake to avoid being up here, so he found me and I'm back up. So thanks a lot, Jake. But I guess I'd like to reflect on a couple of things. I want to start by acknowledging Rebecca and Jake and the IIC for the invitation and for doing this. I've been involved with Indigenous institutes and Indigenous education my whole career, and there really hasn't been a thing like this, at least since I've been working, bringing together Indigenous institutes from across the country. So first of all, I'm really grateful, thankful for being here, and it's really good to be amongst colleagues, like-minded people, and to be in person with all of you. So we're not actually that big of a network of people, are we? I've run into people that I've only met virtually here over the past couple of years. I mean, there's not a lot of us, but we're a pretty powerful and impactful group, aren't we? I was thinking about, what I would see or what I would like in like a second iteration of this, because I know there will be. I hope there will be, but I know there will be next year. For us at FNTI, we're focusing on a lot of things right now. Degree accreditation is our big one. Micro-credentials is imminent. We're going to start offering those in the next couple of weeks. But what we are imminently working on building capacity for, hiring people for, is our research arm. And so, this is something for, I hope, the group to think about and maybe to consider for a second iteration, is bringing together our researchers in our communities across the country. We've got the training wheels again, and I use that, and I don't mean that to be, it sounds kind of condescending, but we've got the training wheels on at FNTI. We went through the process of applying as a institution that could apply for funding through the Tri-Council. So we did that. We've hired some people internally. We brought on faculty from Haudenosaunee communities and Anishinaabe communities, consultants from Mushkegowuk communities. And so we're starting to figure this out. We're building some building blocks. But what I would love to see in coming years is bringing together those academics, knowledge holders, research-oriented folks from our communities in a gathering like this, to work collaboratively, to think together collaboratively, and to really rise up our communities. So I had a second thought. I forget what it is. I'm just going to hand it over and maybe it'll come back to me. Nishik.
Okay, hi. I'll just introduce myself, I think, because I've met many people in the room, but not everyone. My name is Lisa Nafsgar. I'm currently the acting director of policy at ISK in the education branch. And it is a real pleasure to be here today. And like in every meeting, I feel the need to acknowledge that we're on unceded, unsurrendered Algonquin territory, and that, and I want to just thank everyone who spoke today, because the courage and dedication of everyone running the Indigenous Institutes and doing so much with so little is just so very clear today, and the way that that's been happening for years. And as a representative from Indigenous Services Canada, I want to just start by acknowledging that, and by acknowledging, you know, the great work that Rebecca and Jake did putting on this event. And the conversations today are critical, and I'm honored to have been here today to listen and to hear what's been said, and to say, like, it's critical that ISK and federal members of the public service, federal officials, politicians hear what all of you are saying here today, even though really this is not a meeting for me. This is a meeting for you guys to work together, and that's really important. So it's an honor to be here. I was asked to talk a little bit, Jake, was what I heard, so I can do that. I have a bunch of notes, but I also don't want to take too much space. And so, like, some of the key things I heard was the importance of students seeing themselves represented at schools and in curriculums, and the ways that that empowers success and leads to success for students and for communities, and allows them to access post-secondary education in a different way and in community. We heard about post-secondary education as an essential, like, that the ways that Indigenous institutes do that is an essential element of re-indigenizing education. And that the way you do it, the way you do education, is important. And we heard about the challenges, the many challenges. I think Sherri spoke about the crisis of disbelief and the need for more funding, including core funding. That was very clear from, I think, just about everyone who spoke. And certainly it's clear in the business cases that Matt's been doing with the IIC, and that, frankly, every institute raises regularly for good reason. I thought the example that Arnold gave about the ways that the law for child and family services is not supported by support for the academic institutions training those frontline service workers was really poignant and clear. And we see the important role that Indigenous institutes play in this regard. And that's important, and it's essential. And lifelong learning was a recurrent theme today, and it's a recurrent theme in many of the conversations that I have in my work. And I think the role that Indigenous institutes can play in supporting this approach, and in supporting, and in turn supporting, labor markets and economic development is important. As I think it was Norma who said earlier, Indigenous institutes make their own professionals, and you're making the professionals that your communities have identified and need, and that's very clear. So I can confirm that I heard all of that, and that we're taking it back, and that we are making sure that this is shared throughout the department and in many different parts, and that we have a minister who sees Indigenous post-secondary education and the role of Indigenous institutions as essential and important, and is committed to taking action in this area to better support all of you. And we are doing what we can within the slow institutions of government to support this and to bring these calls forward. So I think that's what I have to say today. And thank you again.
Okay, thank you, Lisa. I'm going to start with an invitation to all of you, an exciting invitation. So a recurrent theme today has been, many of you have emphasized the power of the collective. And as it turns out, there actually is an existing organization. It's called the National Association of Indigenous Institutes of Higher Learning, or NAHIL. And we have been around since 2001. In about 2010, we did start off with some federal funding, and that was removed, a common story. And so in the last couple of years, we've been working at reinvigorating the organization. I don't have a formal role with them, but I've just kind of helped out with getting folks together for virtual meetings. So you are all cordially invited to our next virtual meeting, which occurs on November 3rd. And the time is 2 to 3:30 p.m. Eastern. And Jake has kindly volunteered to share out that information with you. So please join us. We need your enthusiasm. We need your experience. And we just need to be together. And I guess the other piece is, I know that we were asked to have some concluding thoughts, and I think I actually have some concluding questions. One is, Guy actually asked the really important question of what role do local employers play? And perhaps when we get together again, we need to have those people at the table as well, because I don't know about you, but it often feels like we're left doing all of the heavy lifting, right? So we're preparing our students to be out there in the world of work. And oftentimes they do very well in our programs, they excel. And then what they face on the other end is sometimes feels insurmountable to them, you know, to the point where in many of our courses, we actually have, you know, entire sections of, you know, when you get out there, here are going to be some of the barriers, and how do you maneuver around them? How do you deal perhaps with racism in your work environment? And how do you not burn out, and so that you can continue serving our communities? The last one was kind of a question, and maybe Matthew, I'll talk to you a little bit later. Just thank you very much again for your contributions to that report, and I really look forward to looking at it. But I think my question, hang on, for Matthew, was just wondering if in that report you did a little bit of a lit review, because I think one of the frustrations that we all have is that over the last 40 years, there have been a multitude of position papers and research reports that have advocated for reliable and equitable core funding for our institutions. And so the real question is, you know, why do we continue to be in this position where we're continually asking, and maybe we can connect on that a bit later. But again, please join us on November the 3rd.
Thank you, Jeanette. And again, thank you to Rebecca and Jake for being such wonderful hosts to this meeting. And Jeanette and I were just commenting that this is the start, and we hope that maybe Western Canada could host something like this next year. So I'm hoping we're going to have those conversations about that. So thank you again, Rebecca. My first thought is not one of being a college president, but more as a dad. And I have an adult daughter, and she knows I'm president of Old Sun Community College. And she said to me, "Dad, I don't see Old Sun Community College in the Maclean's University rankings." And she said, "I want to go to McGill or the University of Alberta or Ottawa U, because those are world-class institutions." And there's no doubt that they are. My response to her is, well, you can live at home rent-free and you can learn your language. You can, in Blackfoot, it's Madahbee, boy. You don't speak your language, and that's a real issue for many Indigenous youth under the age of 40. They don't speak the language. So we really need to be mindful of the fact that language and culture are married together, and that our youth, our students, need to make that effort to become fluent in the language. And I'm really happy that Shawn was able to communicate that to us. So we have some work to do in terms of our Indigenous institutes in perception, in our brand, in moving forward, so that our institutions are the preferred choice of our youth. I think that's one thing we can think about, and how we do a better job of marketing or enticing our students and our youth to coming to our institutions. Second thought I had is that, and Dr. Chisan alluded to it, is that in many instances our institutions were brokers, that we sign MOUs with public institutions. We do that at Old Sun. We have MOUs with Mount Royal University and University of Calgary and the University of Lethbridge. And really what we're doing is we are furthering their own indigenized agenda. We need to have our own aspirations, develop our own brand, so that we are offering, as many of your institutions are, undergraduate, bachelor's, master's, graduate level courses. We're very excited about the development of our own Bachelor of Indigenous Social Work at Old Sun Community College. And with the help of Jeanette, NIAB, National Indigenous Accreditation Board, we have very robust, rigorous standards for certification. And so there is maybe that perception that we just rubber stamp, hey, someone wants to begin a graduate degree program or a bachelor. There is a very rigorous process, and we follow that diligently with NIAB. So those are just two thoughts. I think we need to be more, and we will. So those are my thoughts for now.
Thank you. I wish I was either shorter or maybe a slouch more, so I'm going to speak into this microphone. I'm going to invite someone who has a microphone there for Rongo to get some of his reflections. I have a question, just so for and this is just a personal question to Norma Sunday. Do you remember the lady who started the Mohawk Survival School? What was her name? Back in the 90s. Okay, thanks.
Kia ora mai koutou katoa. You hear that?
No, not on yet.
No, I feel like Mark Antony. I come here to listen, not to talk.
Sure.
I've had a lot of good conversation today, particularly from the ministerial group. And listen to those words, you'd think, wow, our problems are being solved. But when someone comes and says the right words and then leaves, before he gets the opportunity to hear the real problems that each of you face, then that's not a solution. We've had too much of this road building that's gone on for 30 years. You know, when I hear talk of, well, we've looked at this, yes, the Indigenous institutions are doing very well. They've been doing far better than mainstream, and I've known that for the last 20 years. And they should be properly funded. And we should be careful about how we do it. We have progressive growth rate of maybe 10 or 5% a year. That really turns me off, because you need 100% funding to make up for the years that you've been denied access to equitable funding for Indigenous people. And I'm going right back to the days when the reduction in funding for Indigenous education was made by that Prime Minister who was the what's his name again? The guy that brought in the cap on yeah.
Michael Wilson.
No. The two girls were sitting here from. No. But anyway, look, you cannot talk about a 5%, 10% growth rate. I had this told to me in the 80s and the 90s. You know, if you're going to say to an institution, well, we're going to give you 10% growth rate on your limited enrollment already, that's nothing. My way of thinking that if you're going to change things, you need a huge in capital investment straight off and give opportunity for the makeup that you've been denied for umpteen years. I think that this country owes so much to Indigenous people for the disadvantages that have happened with residential schools. I'd like to see collaboration of all of these institutions, and I'm really pleased this is a collaboration of institutions across Canada, because you need to come to think, you know, I'm sick and tired. I've been here 15 years and hoping that we're going to make change. Haven't seen it. Heard a lot about it and heard about roadmaps. Haven't seen it. We got our, as an Indigenous university 30 years ago. Our Wānanga institutions have provided over of effort. When you go to New Zealand, you can see both Maori participate. And the culture is strong. You need to get your culture back. You know, people that have the ability to speak bilingual and trilingual have a capacity. Your language and your culture back and feel good about it. And that is the essential elements for providing the opportunities to all the employment opportunities that our friend Kelly has been talking about. You know, I'm disappointed because too many institutions, Indigenous institutions, I've heard here today, want to ape mainstream. You're not going to achieve what you want to do by following mainstream, by trying to incorporate and work with mainstream and do exactly what mainstream are doing, because it's not solving the Indigenous problems in education that exist in Canada. It might help towards it, but it's certainly not solving it. And I look to the Indigenous institutions, and there's over 50 probably, or more across Canada, that should really come together. If you're going to, you can talk about language revitalization, but if you don't come together, you're out. Thank you.
There you go. Thank you, Rongo. So I'm going to bore you with two stories, one story tied to the second story. I was lucky enough to be a part of a 6-member delegation to review the American Head Start program with the promise of bringing Aboriginal Head Start to Canada as a pilot project by the then Liberal government. And we went down to Ypsilanti, Michigan. We went down to Kentucky. We went down to a few places in the States. And we found that the Perry Preschool High Scope approach that was pioneered by Dr. David Weikart was a good approach, but it was missing what Rongo spoke about, what everybody in this room spoke about, was a culture and a language component. And that is in the Head Start program these days. I was lucky enough to be in the Bay 350th first anniversary on diversity. The person there was kind of supposed to help when I arrived to do something. And they were a little bit nervous about meeting and didn't know who I was or where I was from. But when I said I was previously involved with the Aboriginal Head Start program, she said, I went to the Hamilton Head Start when I was 3 years old. And so you meet somebody, you know, a 3-year-old remembers that. And then, you know, we were at this beautiful waterfront retreat. Al Gore was running, was vice president for Bill Clinton as president. I remember that in November. There was a game between University of Michigan and Michigan State. There was 96,000 people in that stadium, just pounding. But we went for dinner at this beautiful lakeside retreat. It was whatever that election was, November 4th, 5th, or 6th in the States. And I was with a good friend of mine from all across First Languages Michif, Philip DeRocher. He and I were part of the Métis delegation. And Dr. David Weikart rolled out of after dinner, and a flock of geese was flying over. And I just had to stop. And one of my favorite sounds is when they come home and when they leave again. Because I grew up in the Central Flyway in northern Manitoba. And I said, that's my favorite, absolute favorite. And there's a V, there was about, a really long line on one side and a really short line on the other. And David Weikart goes, do you know what that means? And I looked at Philip and I said, what does that mean, David? And he talked about weight and mass and about heredity and about migration and about science and about stars. And I looked at Philip and I said, what does that mean, Philip? And he goes, more geese on that side. And that's about really all it means, I think. And so, 1 in 10 Native people are artists. And if I asked this room, we'd probably put your hand up, a lot of people. 1 in 1,000 Canadian people are artists. And so, yeah, Ron was right. Don't mimic a world that isn't yours. And so how do we build that? Together, sure. But, build it with more geese on that side, maybe. So that's it for me today. That's all I'm going to leave you with geese. And whoever wants to learn a traditional goose call or a duck call, come and see me. It's a little bit of spray involved, particularly with the duck call. And we're still a few people with masks on that probably don't want to get slobbered on. So I'm not going to teach you that today. But it's been a pleasure meeting some of you and seeing some of you again. I'm going to turn it back to Amos Key Jr. for introduction of our fearless leader here. And then maybe a few other announcements at the end, but it was great to be with you today. So thanks.
I get to introduce our last speaker, but I just wanted to suggest to some of the Indigenous institutes and see where this would land. When I was a vice provost at Brock, I suggested to the president that, we need in Ontario, I know there might be some other institutes that have it already, but we need a Bachelor of Arts or MA, whatever, Bachelor of Arts anyway, in administration and also civil service. We all know our communities, they need help in the civil service area. And I did some homework and I called some people in the Ontario government and asked how many people are at the ADM level or in the civil service. The number is small. I won't quote it now because I know it's small. And likewise in the federal government. So we need to build the acumen of our young people to take those steps to help us build up our governments, our not-for-profits, because a lot of our organizations in our communities are not-for-profits. And there's a skill for that, from relearning how to read an audit, to fundraising, to developing a charity, all of that kind of stuff. We need our young people to step up and help us. So, and we also need them to take the step to work for the local municipal government, because they're going to be interacting with us, and also the Ontario government for us, and then the federal civil service. I had a visitor come to Brock from the federal civil service, and she says, oh, please hurry up, because she was Indigenous. And she goes, I can't imagine having colleagues who are Indigenous working on Indigenous issues, because every time I have to explain every nuance of why we want this. So she said, please hurry, create this degree so that these people can step into the government that kind of rules our world, right? Anyway, I just wanted to suggest that to some of the institutes here to look at Indigenous civil service at all levels. Anyway, I got to introduce Rebecca Jameson. We grew up together. And our worlds, our careers went different ways. But she's always been a leader in our community at Six Nations of Shwega. And our families are friends to each other, and I'm really proud of that. And because we can laugh and joke and talk about what we can see for our people. Anyway, in our language, we say, when we talk about a woman or a lady that has a great spirit and a great demeanor, I guess, we say "gyungwei diyo," and it almost means someone that's regal. And I have no qualms in saying that Rebecca Jameson gyungwei diyo. She's such a leader in our community, and I'll just stop there. And she now has an international stage that she speaks at now, representing all of us. So Rebecca Jameson will give us some takeaways and close off our conference before our elder.
Thank you for that. Those kind words. I really appreciate it. You know, I'm an old teacher, so I just have to ask, if you don't mind, just put your hand up if you learned something today or you have an insight that you didn't have before. Yes. All right. Okay, good. That tells me a whole bunch. I really appreciate knowing that. That was our purpose when we decided to do this gathering. And I just want to acknowledge Indigenous Services Canada, because it was their financial contribution that made this possible, and was able to bring our colleagues from the West and have this wonderful team. Corey and your team did a fabulous day today and kept us on track, and Guy and Amos. Without you keeping us, marshaling us and keeping us on focus, I don't know where we'd have been. So thank you so much. And finally, you know, we talk about growing our own and bringing up our youth and putting them in positions of responsibility. So I have to acknowledge Jake. You know, Jake has stepped up and done amazing work for us. So thank you, Jake. I've been asked today to just sort of summarize what I heard in terms of next steps and key takeaways from the day. But before I do share what I can, I want everyone to know here in the room and who are online with us that in Menti and in the post-event survey, there's an opportunity for you to also put your own input on each of those items, because that will inform us on our next steps and what we can do to set this agenda, which is now going national, I understand, which is wonderful. I think that's what we need as well. So my reflection in terms of next steps and next steps first, I think it's most important for me to sort of position what I think we're about as Indigenous institutes. We're about nation building. That's what we're about. And so that sets us apart from other institutions. So we have to continue to do that necessary stuff that we're doing, like recovery of our language, revitalization of our language, the rebuilding of identity. All of those things we have to do. And within our positions and within each of your positions, I hope that you'll be able to make a commitment, take some action to support the institutes in what we're doing in terms of rebuilding our nations. I can't get into the whole history. I think most of you know the whole history of why we're in this place that we're in anyway, but that's where we're at. We're in a positive place and we're moving forward. And as my friend Sherri says, you just do it. You know, you have to just do it because that's your responsibility. I was really, I have to talk about the economies. Thank you, Kelly, for talking about the economies. And I must stress that the institutes, we're in the business, first of all, of building our Indigenous knowledge economies. That's our first economy that we're creating right now. And I'm very excited to look at the research on emerging economies and for the role that we can have in that. So to me, that's a really important next step that we can look at. From Dawn, the whole need for people in business, management, finance, you bet. our community, like we search high and low, it's like, you know, it's like looking for the golden goose if you can get like an Indigenous CPA, right? To stay with you for any length of time because they're so scarce. So we definitely have work to do there. And if we work together, I think we can probably address that. I think that an important next step for all of us to take away is to think about how can we develop that collective voice? How can we get those forums for collaboration? Thank you, Maurice, for volunteering to host next time. I'm just joking, just joking. But, you know, we have to think about that, the flexibility, the nimbleness, and being able to come to different places and to collaborate. The idea of creating like a center of excellence that can be shared resources is an interesting concept we need to pursue. And then the policy platform to push and put forward for innovation so that we can have the capacity within our institutions is another layer of things that we need to start to think about. And I love that build our brand. You know, I'll just let you know that our institution was in the McLean survey, but they put us in the colleges. I don't know why. Somebody decided that's where we belonged, because we can't use the word university, you see. Yeah, somebody else owns that. So anyway, those are some of the next steps that I saw. And I think the most important key takeaway for me, and you may have different ones, is that the return on investment to our institutions is at least 3 to 1, plus the outcomes for social, plus the outcomes for health, psychological, spiritual. It strengthens not just our nations, but the entire nation. I think that's the key takeaway of this, you know. And the next gathering, we will definitely invite the researchers and the employers, because then we can have a multi-pronged strategy in terms of moving our whole agenda forward when we have voices from different sectors saying the same thing. So with that, I just want to say thank you to each and every one of you. And for those of you who are online, thank you for being with us. And I hope you learned something too. I didn't even ask people to put their hands up on anyway. Okay, I think that wraps it up for me. Am I back to you, Amos? Okay. Thank you so much, everyone.
I just have one quick announcement. There is a theater presentation at the National Arts Center here in Ottawa, and it's about Indigenous theater from Australia, and it's on until Saturday night. So if you have time tonight, you might want to get a ticket to go there. Anyway, just something that was sent up to us to share with you, everyone. It says, and there's lots of laughter. It's what it says. So hot brown honey, yes. Thank you for that. So we're going to bring up our elder to close our meeting. And as I said earlier, I had such great opportunities to work with elders throughout my career, especially in the language area. And I think, well, I know probably 98% of them have gone home now. And I've always valued working with elders. It's just, you can tell they have a different spirit. And they're so rich in who they are. And I just appreciate every time I hear an elder speak, and sometimes almost scolding us with questions. But they're always good questions for us to consider. So I'd like to bring her up and close our meeting and say Nyawa Koa Chimigwich to close off our meeting in her way. Nyawa.
Yeah. Oh dear. Sorry. I didn't break it. I don't think I did. Yeah. I think uh-oh. Okay, anyways, I have to, because I'm so interested in education, I have to say this. I've been itching to say it, and I thought maybe a moment will come, perhaps that I would have the opportunity to say it, and that is the retention of language among the young people. Because I'm a classic example of a young child that left home at 9 years old to go to residential school, and they were going to take the Indian out of me and my language. But I fought back and I said, they're not going to take my language away from me. I stand here today speaking my language because they tried to take it away and they didn't succeed. That's how important language is to the young people. And of course, in terms of the language comes culture. So you gotta bring back the culture and the language in your institutions, whatever form that may be. It's so vital at this time because I travel all over Ontario. I have the privilege of talking to teachers, potential teachers at the University of Ottawa as they're learning, and to tell them what their role is in molding the minds of our future leaders, whether they're Indigenous or non-Indigenous. So I consider myself lucky that I get to give them a chance to let them know how important their role as potential teachers. So I guess education, one other little small story I'll tell is I belong to a group of residential school survivors in Sault Ste. Marie, Ontario, at the former Shinwak Indian Residential School. 40 years ago, we said, you know what? Something terrible happened to us as young people, but let's make something good come out of this horrible situation we found ourselves as young people. And we said our goal would be education, or our focus was on education. And we said, we're going to have the residential school system taught at all levels of education. You know what? 40 years later, it came to be. And the beauty of it all for me was I get to talk about it, which I never thought I would. 40 years is a long time to get something in a classroom, but let's not wait 40 years again to get these topics into the classrooms, because Indigenous people always have to wait forever to get anything done. We're past that. Let's move on and say we're going to do it ourselves in a good way with our non-Indigenous partners, because they need us and we need them. That's another thing that these survivors that I work with is always very inclusive. And if you're not inclusive, sometimes you're going to fail in what you're trying to do, because they have knowledge that you need and you share your knowledge with them. And knowledge that's not taught in a classroom and on the land is also very important today, because I know the young people are hungry for land-based education. So I'll close on that. I just had to say it because I was itching to say it, but I was very patient. So I got to sneak it in. I'm supposed to be saying the closing prayer. So now I will say the closing prayer. Let's just quieten ourselves a bit. Creator, we give you thanks for this wonderful day that we have experienced today, and that we are here for the benefit of future leaders and young people across this wonderful country that we live in, especially in our communities. We want to prepare an institution that would be very good for their well-being and learning experience. And at this time, I want to also pray that the people that traveled afar to get here, that they will get there safely tonight and be back with their families as they wait for them tomorrow. Miigwech.
Well, I think that deserves a round of applause to Irene Barbeau. So I guess I have final word, but I wanted to the people at home probably know from home, they know that I'm a faith keeper among the Longhouse people. And I was brought into that circle in just when I started the immersion school system with my fellow faith keepers of the Longhouse. Anyway, I learned a lot working with all these elders. And one of them was we had to, as men in the Longhouse, you learn these creator songs that were given to us by the creator. And it's a beautiful thing. It fills you with pride and all of that good stuff when you sing these songs, because you know you're singing it back to the creator. And it's so beautiful now when I go to the Longhouse from the 80s until now. We see all these young people who were coming out of the immersion school system, all wearing their Gustowas. There was a time at Six Nations in the 80s that everybody wanted to wear those big bonnets from the West. I know my uncle had one, everybody loved it. So everybody wanted to get one of those and wear it, but our true headdress regalia is the Gustowa. And now when I see all these 10, 12, 13-year-olds wearing it, and then they get up and do these creator songs, it just warms everybody in the community, in the Longhouse. So anyway, I just wanted to share this one song that I have learned, and what it speaks about giving thanks for all of us being here today. It gives thanks for all of our people at home who aren't so well, and it gives thanks to the creator himself. And then I also say thank you. So there are 4 verses. So I'll try to sing it for you. And this will be my gift to you to hear this. And if you ever come to Six Nations, you might want to come to one of our Longhouse ceremonies, and you'll see all these young people do these songs. So Adeka deno honyo ne ona ike ona ike adeka deno honyo ne adeka deno honyo ne ona ige ona ige adeka deno honyo ne adeka keno honyo ne ona ige ona ige adeka keno honyo ne ahem honyo ne ona ige ona ige adeka heno honyo ne anyawa anyawa gado ne ona ige ona ige nyawa nyawa gado ne anyawa ha gado ne ona ige ona ige aniyawe hakado ne what now does their song go home? Thank you.
Networking. We're networking now, right? Network. Work on. Work on. All right. It's thank you. Yeah, it's seen some stuff. Here, yeah, of course, please. As long as you got room.